All right. Good morning, everyone. We are now on the record and video streaming. I'm calling this evidentiary hearing to order. My name is Andrew French. I'm the chair of the Kansas Corporation Commission, serving as presiding officer for this hearing, joined by my fellow colleagues, Commissioners Dwight Keene and Andy Keither. This is docket number 24, CONS 3103 CUNI, and it's been captioned in the matter of the application of Canaday Oil Corporation for an order authorizing the unitization and unit operation of the Irons Morrow Sand Unit in Clark County, Kansas. We will begin today with the entries of appearance from council, and I will start with Operator Canaday.
Bob McFadden of Folsom Steve in Wichita on behalf of Canaday Oil Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. And for counsel for protesters Byerly and West.
Rob Eisenhower on behalf of Karen Byerly and Louise West. Since Miss Byerly and Miss West's testimony are basically identical, and the fact that Louise West does not have a computer, nor does she drive, she will not appear today, but Miss Byerly is appearing.
All right. And counsel for protester Mayhew.
Michelle Mayhew for the Mayhew, O'Brien, and Bear protesters.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. And counsel for commission staff.
Good morning, Chair French. Kelsey Marsh on behalf of commission staff and the public generally.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Now we turn to notice of this hearing. Does staff have a recommendation regarding notice of the hearing?
Yes. Notice of this hearing was contained in the presiding officer's April 11th order setting an evidentiary hearing in this docket for Wednesday, April 24th, 2024, beginning at 8:30 a.m. via the Zoom video conferencing platform. The presiding officer's order was properly served on the parties. Additionally, the applicant published notice of the evidentiary hearing in the Wichita Eagle and Clark County Gazette on April 11th, 2024. In compliance with KAR 82-3-135. I would also note that the applicant and his counsel, as well as the protesters and their counsel, are in attendance today. Therefore, staff recommends the notice is proper and that the commission has the jurisdiction to hear this matter at this time and place.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Are there any objections to a finding that notice is proper? Hearing none, and based on staff's recommendation, I will find that notice is proper and the commission has jurisdiction over this proceeding at this time and place. We will now turn to a few preliminary matters, and then I'll discuss the procedure during the hearing. Before I ask if the parties have any preliminary matters, I'm going to run through some of the commission's standard reminders, particularly related to doing this over Zoom. First, we are conducting this over Zoom, and sometimes things can go wrong. If any party encounters a technical issue, please just ask to go off the record. We can take a short recess, resolve that issue, and then go back on the record. Second, witnesses are asked to keep their microphones off or muted when they're not scheduled to talk. If everyone would also please take this time to mute your cell phones, phones in your offices, other electronic devices, that would be very appreciated. Third, so that the parties are aware, if the commission needs to consult among ourselves for something like an evidentiary ruling, what we will do is we'll go off the record and the commission will enter into what's called a Zoom breakout room to discuss that, and then we'll return and go back on the record. Fourth, please be very careful to identify exactly what you're referring to when discussing pre-filed testimony or exhibits. We have copies of all of that on hand, so we should be able to follow along as long as you identify what you're speaking to. So with that, do the parties have any other preliminary matters to take up at this time?
No.
All right.
No.
I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads, hearing no's. All right. We will now turn to the procedure for the hearing. In regard to the procedure, parties are typically allowed to make opening statements. After opening statements, we will have examination of the witnesses. And after the direct examination of each witness, there will be an opportunity for cross-examination, commission questions, and redirect. Any further examination would be at the discretion of the commission. Following witness examination, we'll allow closing statements and arrange for the filing of post-hearing briefs if necessary, and then we will conclude the hearing. So we will start with opening statements, and we will begin with Mr. McFadden for Operator Canaday.
Thank you, Chair French. We are here today on the application of Canaday Oil Corporation for the unitization of the Irons Morrow Sand Unit in Clark County, Kansas. Canaday Oil has established statutory requirements for the creation of the unit under KSA 55-1301 et sec. Canaday Oil has shown that the unit is economically feasible, necessary to prevent both significant physical and economical waste, will substantially increase the ultimate recovery of oil. We're predicting that the total recovery of oil will increase by about 200,000 barrels, which would not otherwise be produced without the unitization of all lands in the application. Canaday Oil has exceeded the required threshold approvals with over 87% of the working interest and 89% of the royalty interest owners signing off on the unitization. Last week, staff identified an issue with our non-consent percentages in the operating agreement. Canaday Oil has updated the operating agreement and circulated that to the working interest owners for signature. We just collected the last of the necessary signatures to get us back to percentages stated in the application, and I will work with staff to get that updated in the docket post-hearing. Third, the value of the estimated additional recovery substantially exceeds the estimated additional cost to install the project. We are estimating a little over $1.7 million in install costs for the project, with an estimated $6.2 million in net payout. And finally, the proposed operation is fair and equitable to all interest owners. There's zero risk for the protesters as they have no requirement to outlay any funds. Protesters will make money as soon as the project produces under the portion of their ownership that is classified as a royalty interest under KSA 55-1308, which we are predicting or estimating somewhere around $195,000 to $200,000 in royalty payments over the life of the project. And then ultimately, we are estimating that they'll make twice that again through their working interest portion of their interest once they hit payout. Based on all of this, we ask the commissioners grant the application forming the Irons Morrow Sand Unit.
All right, thank you, Mr. McFadden. Now for one set of protesters, Mr. Eisenhower.
Just briefly, it's our position. Well, as an oil and gas attorney for the last 43 years, I've been told Kansas is not a forced pooling state. If this application is granted, it is a forced pooling state. They just have to go through the Kansas Corporation Commission to get approval of this sort of a unit. They do not, Canaday does not have a valid oil and gas lease on our client's property. Our client's property hasn't produced oil for more than 2 decades. They had an opportunity to produce our acreage between April of 2012 and April of 2017 when they had a 5-year oil and gas lease. That was never produced. And quite frankly, we don't believe that KSA 55-1304 Prin C is complied with. And I think you'll see that based on the testimony. And I think it's very questionable that this is an economical, that it complies with Prin A either. Right now you have 2 wells on this proposed unit that together produce half a barrel of oil. Those are not even economical wells. Quite frankly, the landowners, if they weren't the relatives of Canaday Oil, could file an action to cancel these leases right now because revenue is exceeded by expenses. So it's our position that the application should be denied.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eisenhower. I think we are to Ms. Mayhew. Go ahead.
Thank you. Not unlike Mr. Eisenhower's remarks, we believe that this is fundamentally unfair to the interest owners in Tract 5. As you note from the supporting documentation, this is the smallest acreage involved. There has been zero production at least since 1986, and I'm aware of no production prior to that either. There is no valid lease and has not been for nearly 40 years. The actual production zero, the acre feet applicable to Tract 5, 1.15%. the participation factor, 1/3 of 1%. There's no useful purpose served by having us in this unit. Even if there's literally no way to drop a well on tract 5 anywhere that's in the pooled area that would even take oil out of the pool. So the other point I would make is that it's just patently unfair to an interest owner with this small of an interest to be, pulled into this basically against their will. And I would ask that, as a matter of fairness to those interest owners who cannot do any harm to the primary owners by not participating, that at the very least we be allowed not to participate and be exempted out of the proposal. The commission has the ability to give Mr. Canaday 99.65% of what he's asking for, and they can leave our 1/3 of 1% out. That's all I would say at this moment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. And now Mr. Marsh for staff.
Thank you, Chair French. I'll try to be brief as well. Staff's understanding is that the protesters' contention is limited to just the tracts that they own. In preparation for this hearing, staff didn't come across one section of the unit operating agreement, which did not appear to comply with applicable Kansas statute. As Mr. McFadden stated during his opening, it sounds like that issue is being resolved or will be resolved here shortly. It really seems like the issue that with this application or potential issue for the commission to consider will be whether the application is fair and equitable to all interest owners. And that's what staff will hopefully try to address throughout the course of this hearing. Yeah, thank you.
All right, brief as promised. All right, with that, we've had the opening statement and we will turn toward the examination of witnesses, and we will begin with operator. Mr. McFadden, you may call your first witness.
Applicant calls Grant Canaday.
All right, Mr. Canaday, we don't have a court reporter with us today. We are recording this, but I still need to swear you in, so I'm going to do that. If you would please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. McFadden, you may go ahead.
Could you please state your name and business address?
Grant Canaday, 2407 South St. Andrew Street, Goddard.
Can you state your title and company you work at?
I'm a petroleum engineer. I'm vice president of Canaday Oil.
Okay, are you the same Grant Canaday that caused to be filed in this docket pre-filed testimony consisting of 21 pages, inclusive of exhibits, on December 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Are you the same Grant Canaday that caused to be filed in this docket pre-filed rebuttal testimony consisting of 9 pages on February 23rd, 2024?
Yes.
Was this testimony created by you or at your direction?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Let's see. Well, I had one change. On my original testimony, page 7, line 6 and 7, there's a typo in there that's speaks of drilling a well up in section 7, and it states the west half of the northeast quarter, and it should say the east half of the northeast quarter.
Okay, and that's
the only difference.
And that's on lines 6 and 7 of page 7 of your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
Additional staff concerns were provided via email from Mr. Marsh on April 18th regarding non-consent payout. Did you review this email?
Yes.
Can you please explain or describe your estimates on the non-consent interest hitting payout?
The non-consent clauses, we were 100% on service equipment and 300% on intangibles. And based on my parameters and the assumptions made in the original cash flow, the payout for non-consent interest holder would be, I came up with 8 of 2030, and that's with those assumptions and oil pricing and everything else.
Okay. Yeah, those are all the questions I have, so I'll tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Mr. McFadden. Let's see, on order of cross, looks like we have Mr. Eisenhower first. Mr. Eisenhower, do you have any questions for Mr. Canaday?
Oh, yes, I have lots of questions. Mr. Canaday, did you, your company originally enter into an oil and gas lease with my client on April 17th, 2012, and that oil and gas lease was for a 5-year primary term?
Yes, I can't remember the term, but yes, we did enter into a lease with.
And that lease expired April 16th, 2017, didn't it?
I don't have that in front of me, but I would guess that's close.
Okay. Did you file application for temporary abandonment of this lease after the primary term had expired?
Yes, we filed, yes.
Okay. And in fact, I think you filed one in 2019 and one in 2022. And in that application, you were asked, is the lease valid? You answered yes. That's not a true statement, is it?
No, that's a lack of communication between me and tech department.
This lease hasn't been valid for 7 years, has it?
Correct.
And in looking at the Kansas Geological Society records, the last time gas was sold from this lease was 1993. And the last time oil was sold was 532 barrels in 1993. You sold 147 barrels in 96, and then 32 barrels in 2001. And over the last 23 years, there's been no production from this acreage, has there?
No.
And your company certainly had the opportunity to drill wells during the time of your oil and gas lease, didn't it?
Yes.
And your company declined to do so, correct?
Well, it wasn't economical to do at the time.
On page 3 of your testimony, line 8 and 9, you indicate that you've reviewed electric logs, drilling reports, production reports, drill steam sound test data, and completion reports. Have you done that with respect to the Barley 117?
Yes.
And when was that well drilled?
I believe it was 1988, but I don't have that exactly in front of me.
So over 35 years ago, that well was drilled, correct?
Correct.
And hadn't produced for over 23 years, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever personally met Karen Barley or Louise West?
I have met Louise West's husband,
Okay.
and I have no, and other than that, no, I have not.
There is a cased hole on my client's property, isn't there?
Yes.
And isn't that the reason my client's property is being included in this unit? Because you got a cased hole there where you can inject water, and it will save you substantial money to not have to drill an injection well, right?
Yes, it's part of the reservoir.
Where are these fluids coming from that you're going to inject as part of the water flood?
They're coming from a Council Grove section, and I intend to in section 5.
Okay, and is that a lease your company owns?
No,
And so you're going to dispose of salt water from a lease in section 5 into an injection well on our property. When I say our, I mean the Byerly property, correct?
the intent is the water flood setup, original design is to make the Byerly a producer and inject into the well just north of that.
You're getting paid by the company that operates that lease in section 5, aren't you? To dispose of their salt water?
Well, there is no salt water out there right now.
Okay.
There hasn't, the whole field has made very, very little water throughout the whole life.
But if you're going to take fluids and water from a lease owned by another company in section 5, they're going to pay you money, aren't they?
And then section,
Is he talking track?
I'm sorry, I don't know that question.
You said section 5, there was a well that you were going to take water from and that you didn't own it, but somebody else did. So who is that somebody else?
I said track 5, Mrs. Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
okay.
main.
Okay. So there is a producing well on the unit right now that's track 5. And is that one of those wells that make that robust quarter barrel a day in production?
No, there is no producing well in track 5. There's producing well in track 2, and track 2 has the producer.
And right now, the total production from all these tracks in this unit is a half a barrel a day.
At best.
So you don't have an economic well located on this unit, do you?
No,
So, and I mean, to be honest, you don't have a valid lease on any of this acre, do you?
well, I've released some of it, and so yes, I do.
Well, how's that? Because in Kansas, to determine whether a well's economically prudent, the revenue must exceed the expenses. And there's no way a half barrel well in Clark County will generate the revenue that will exceed the expenses it costs to run that well.
Well, we operate cheap, and actually, I bet it is pretty close. But we've also released track 3 and 4 with current and valid leases, just like I was trying to do on the Byerly and the Mayhew leases, lease them again.
Okay.
And so I do have valid leases over most of the unit.
But track 2 is not an economic lease.
Not currently. Not currently. Now the question is, have I had work going on out there? I have had work going on out there.
Well, has it increased the production from a half barrel?
Not yet.
Okay. You've got family members listed on your track participants. You yourself own how much of the minerals in this track?
We don't
Or
own
in
any
this unit, I'm sorry. Excuse me?
We don't own any minerals.
You just own working interest?
Yes,
And so does Patrick
correct,
and Cade?
correct.
Okay. Do you have any other family members or relatives that own working interest and or mineral interest?
No,
What revenue, let's strike that. If my client's property did not have a cased hole on it, would they be included in this unit?
yes,
Under what basis?
under the parameters that it's unitized, net acre feet and production.
Okay. Well, you had an opportunity to drill a well on this property for 5 years. This property has not produced for over 2 decades. And what makes you think there's oil and gas reservoirs under there now?
Because this reservoir will water flood, and therefore it'll be pushed down there.
That's the theory, right?
Yes.
Have you ever been part of a water flood that doesn't work?
Yes.
You say that the Morrow Sand, and this is on page 5 of your testimony. You indicate that the Morrow Sand is the only formation in this unit that will produce. Is this the same zone that's producing half a barrel of oil right now?
Yes.
Where's all this oil coming from that you make projections that you're gonna have over $6 million in revenue by basis of this water flood? Where's this oil coming from?
Well, the field has produced 198,000 barrels of oil in primary production, and all throughout all petroleum engineering practices, there's secondary recovery has been around for decades and decades, and so once the installation of the secondary recovery project is done on this, then that's where it will come from.
Well, I'm very much aware of water flood programs, and they have been around. However, you've produced almost 200,000 barrels of oil now from this area. And it's your belief as a petroleum engineer that there's reserves that can be produced by a water flood that's going to generate the income you're projecting in these exhibits?
Yes, I mean, the price of oil is a big factor, but yes.
Well, the price of oil in 2012 was about as high as it could be, at least during my lifetime as an oil and gas attorney. And you didn't drill a single well or even recomplete the cased hole located on the Byerly property, did you?
No, but I started the unitization study shortly after that.
Well, you had 5 years there. You couldn't get that done within that 5-year time period?
No. I couldn't get all the approvals.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eisenhower. We will now turn to Ms. Mayhew. Do you have any questions for Mr. Canaday?
I do have a handful of questions. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Canaday, on your application at paragraph 12, you state that 87.74% of persons required to pay costs have approved. How do you calculate that?
Percentages are calculated from the track factors, and there's a table that has all those, and
Are you saying that's calculated by percentage or by the number of individuals who are going to be required to pay?
by percentage of ownership.
Is it correct that there are 16 people who have an ownership interest at some level in this project?
I haven't actually counted them, but that sounds about right.
And that includes 3 members of your family, is that correct?
Yes,
So, as a pure head count matter, 6 of those 16 have not consented. Is that fair?
well, there's how many in the family you represent? 4, and then the 2, the Mr. Eisenhower. So yes, that sounds right.
Okay. As to tract 5 specifically, to your knowledge, has there ever been any production on that tract?
No,
And am I correct that the participation factor on that tract is literally 1/3 of 1%?
yes,
Is it also correct that there's a water well on that tract?
a freshwater well?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that.
Why
I
is
don't know.
why is tract 5 included here?
Because it has some sand net acre feet. It has it has a well bore on there, which I intend to use, but mainly because of the net acre feet of pay that is potentially productive after the water flood is.
How many acre feet?
Table with that, and it's not right at my fingertips.
I believe it's table 1, if that will expedite it for you.
Right. Acre feet of sand, 19.
What's the next highest acre feet? From that chart based on beyond next above tract 5 for a number of acre feet.
You mean the other tracks?
Yeah.
One of them has 789 acre feet.
Okay. Is there somewhere between 19 acre feet and 789? Or are you saying 789 is the total of the remainder?
Oh, no, that's the largest acre feet tract.
What's the
The whole
next?
tract.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole tract. Are you asking me what the entire acre feet of the reservoir is?
No, I'm asking you, if the tract 5 is 19 acre feet, what's the next higher above tract 5 number of acre feet?
196.
196. So basically less than 20 is tract 5, and the next smallest one is 196, did you say?
Yes.
Is that correct? So isn't it true, Mr. Canaday, that the only reason tract 5 is in here is because you want the water well?
No.
What other reason could there be for keeping tract 5 in there?
Well, I'm going to pressure up the whole reservoir, and once I pressure up the whole reservoir, somebody could come in there and corner shoot me and make a producer from a pressured up reservoir and take considerable amount of reserves out of a very small section, because it is tied to the rest of the reservoir.
So you're saying that it is possible to drill a well on tract 5 and hit the actual pool?
I'm saying it's possible, yes.
Is it probable?
Well, if it's not unitized, then yeah, it probably is.
Probable as in likely based on what you know about the pool and where the edges of the pool are in connection to the boundaries of tract 5.
Sure what the answer to the question is. I think that's correct.
Are you aware of the drilling history on tract 5?
I've read through the paperwork.
What's your understanding of the drilling history then?
Someone drilled a dry hole in the 80s.
Do you know where the dry hole was in locationally within tract 5?
Well, it's in the northeast corner.
How many acres do you attribute to tract 5 approximately? How many surface acres?
So 40.
Okay. What is your estimated cost to develop?
The entire project,
Yes, sir.
$1.725 million.
And what is your expected? I assume you've probably looked at various levels of possible production. What's the average production you think you can get out of this?
Cumulative or daily barrels per day?
Total barrels that can be developed over the life of this project.
Well, I believe it'll make close to primary production, so 198,000 barrels.
And what would you, what do you budget as the value, as the dollar value associated with that?
Well, it generates a total cash flow. It should generate at $65, would be close to $10 million, which, that's not profit. That's just, total revenue, future revenue.
And how do you, on what do you base your guesstimate of the production?
Production injection rates and some analogies over is most of what's used to get that basic petroleum engineering practices and principles.
Yeah, you had mentioned earlier that you had attempted to lease the Bear protesters' property. When would that have happened?
Well, I had conversations, and I can't remember exactly, back in 2000, I believe 15, and then as recent as and then recently again, while we were putting together the application and package. And I haven't spoke with any of the family myself in a long time. Some of that was through counsel.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Now turn to commission staff. Mr. Marsh, do you have questions for Mr. Canaday?
Yes, thank you, Chair French. Good morning, Mr. Canaday. I want to start with Exhibit 6 that was attached to your direct testimony. I want to share my screen here real quick. Mr. Canaday, can you see Exhibit 6 on the screen?
Yeah.
Can you start by describing kind of how each how you plan to use each tract in this unit?
Okay, track one, the intent is to just put it back on production after, and this is a water flood. It's not going to produce immediately, so we'll probably put it on production and run a flow line to the tank battery it shows in track two and pump it intermittently for quite a while until it actually has some response to the water flood. Track two, there's two wells on. The south well will be an injection well. And it doesn't have injection well there, but that'll be an injection well. And then that's where the central tank battery will be. And then the north of that, there's a well that'll be a producer. And then track three will be a producing well. Track four, I'll have to drill an injection well, keep any oil from escaping up that way. And then track five, plan on making a water supply well out of that old well bore that has, and then running a short flow line over to that tank battery. And I'll probably have to run some electric out to it, which actually I'll have to run electric to all of the producers and the tank battery out here.
All right. Is the well that you're intending to drill as an injection well, this well that has a triangle around it?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that this well in track two, closest to the tank battery, will also be converted to an injection well, at least to start off with?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you hoping to kind of push the oil with these injection wells?
Well, the injection well in track four is a little bit subjective and haven't actually finalized the location. So it could be a little bit north of that. So we intend to push the oil to track three and then track one and then the northern part of track two.
Okay. Was this unit configuration the only one that Canaday contemplated?
No, we thought about some others, but this one seemed like it would, or I believe it'll produce the most amount of secondary oil.
Okay. I want to go up to, I think it's exhibit 3 that has the isopac map. It looks like some of the reservoir stretches into section 5 and section 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any reason why there weren't any tracks in the southwest corner of section 5 or southeast quarter of section 6?
Well, it turns into a gas cap up there, and then I'm not the geologist, but there's also somewhere up there where there's some oil wells below at a higher depth than the gas well. So there's got to be a separation in there of the reservoir somewhere, and there's no oil up there in secondary recovery to get. All you can do is just fill up a gas cap or stop it from going up there. If oil and a water flood moves to the gas cap, you lose it.
Okay. Will the unit operations, if the commission grants the application, will the unit operations cause any disruption to the current surface use of tracks 1 and 5?
Track 1 it shouldn't, except we'll have to lay a flow line, an electric line to it, but it had that at one time. The well's already out there, and so that shouldn't be an issue. Track 5 up in the northeast corner, there'll be a re-entry into that well bore and a flow line laid. So there will be a little bit there, and there'll be roads to get to the wells.
Okay. And why are tract 1 and tract 5 necessary for Canaday's proposed project and application?
And they're essential to flooding this reservoir properly.
And I think I remember in your rebuttal testimony, you said that if tract 1 and tract 5 can't be used, it would result in a substantial decrease in production. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any guesstimation on how much of a substantial or what a substantial decrease means?
Well, I came up with if you just go off reserves and it would decrease by at least 20%, and then as I thought about it, really, if somebody goes down, if I pressure up the reservoir and somebody goes down and drills wells, they're gonna deplete pressure. My pressure sink's gonna be to the south. I'm never gonna be able to properly flood the northern part of the field, and so it's very damaging potentially.
I believe in your direct testimony in the application, it states that there are 3 weighted participation factors. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are those participation factors based off the 50% for the historical oil production, 30% based off of acre feet from the ISOPAC map, and 20% based off of usable wells?
Yes.
And then I think Ms. Mayhew talked a little bit about this in her cross as well, but in your application direct testimony, it states that the plan for unit operations has been approved by 87.74% of the persons required to pay the cost of unit operations and 89.19% of the owners of the production or proceeds that will be credited to royalties. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are those percentages based off of the weighted participation factors?
Yes.
Okay. Does Canaday currently, or has Canaday operated any other units?
Not. No.
So will this be the first unit that Canaday has implemented?
It is Canaday, and I personally have done more than a dozen units and put them together just like this, all in Oklahoma.
Would you say that the Irons Morrow Sand application is similar to those other units?
Yes.
In your direct testimony, you state that Exhibit 7 shows Canaday Oil's projection of the estimated incremental secondary oil that it believes to be recovered over 17 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what are those projections based off of?
Primary production, mostly.
Okay. Does Canaday expect the unit to become uneconomical after that 17-year period?
Yes.
Okay. On page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, you list the costs that the owners of the unleashed tracts would be responsible for. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen so that we have that in front of us. And this would be, it lists the owners of the unleashed tracts, and this would be if they go non-consent, correct?
Yeah. Well, those were costs if they elected to participate. I believe is what the.
Okay. So what would the cost look like if they go non-consent?
Well, it'd be. I don't have that for each owner, but I mean, it would be at least triple that because it's 300% penalty for the intangibles and then 100% for service equipment, and most of this will be intangibles. So at least, well, probably a little bit less than triple that.
Okay, so if they go non-consent, then it's going to be closer to 300,000 than 102,000. Is that correct for the Byerly, Miss Byerly and Miss West?
Yes, that the unit would have to recover. Yes, and then they would back. Correct.
Closer to 3,600 for Mr. Bear, Mr. and Miss Mayhew, and Mr. and Miss Mayhew.
Yes, but just to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking me, you're not asking me how much they're having to pay. You're just asking me how much that would come out of production before they would back in. Is that right? I guess I lost.
I believe so. And this is just based off the initial cost, correct?
Yes, yes.
And I know in your testimony, you stated that they won't need to spend any out-of-pocket money for the project, correct?
Now, if they go non-consent, that's correct.
Okay. What does non-consent mean to you? Or what does non-consent mean?
Well, I mean, that something's proposed and that somebody elects not to participate in it, but has the right to be in the project previously, I guess. I mean, no, most of the time it's on operating agreements.
Okay. Let's say that this unit gets approved and then doesn't pan out, or that there are costs left over. The unit doesn't produce enough to cover all the costs. Is Canaday able to go after the non-consent owners for the portion that they still owe?
No, if they went non-consent, they wouldn't know. They would never back in, so they wouldn't know anything. So no.
Okay.
There wouldn't be any liability in that case.
Is there also an interest percentage that can be assessed by Canaday regarding the balance that's owed by any non-consent interest owner?
Yes, I'm not sure I understand that one.
And maybe it'll help if I see if I can find it. I was looking at the unit operating agreement. I want to say it was.
Well, I mean, if somebody goes non-consent, then their interests are shared with the other working interest owners.
Right. I think it was 11.6. It talked about security rights of the unit operating agreement. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up so we have it in front of us. I know it mentioned a plus interest rate of 2% above the prime rate as established by the Chase Manhattan Bank of New York City. So would there be an additional interest percentage tacked onto what the working interest owners owe?
No, I don't. I think that 2% you're talking about is for people that don't pay their bills.
Oh, okay. So it'd be consenting working interest owners that don't pay their bills?
Yes.
Okay. I just saw that part and I wanted to clarify a little bit. I know, let's see here. Make sure I'm referencing the right exhibit. Exhibit 7 that was attached to your testimony, it lists the cost and operating expenses going out the 17-year period. How would those be assessed to any non-consenting working interest owners?
Well, they don't pay any until they back in on these. Don't pay any expenses at all until they back in. I think that's the answer.
Okay, so
Once
not,
they back in, they will pay their share.
okay, so just as an example, like let's say the projection for December 25 was 96,000. None of that 96,000 would be assessed to the non-consent interest owners.
Correct.
I think that might be about it. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything here. I think you might, Mr. McFadden might have stated in his opening, but how long would you anticipate it to take the any non-consenting tract owners percentage to pay out? I don't know if I asked that question very well, but
Well, like I said, off of my assumptions and parameters that I ran on this cash flow, it was, I think, hang on, I have it there, August of 2030.
and would that be for the 100,000 if they bought in, or would it be for the 300,000 if they went non-consent?
300.
Okay. I think actually there was one other thing. I know in your testimony you mentioned that there are some other tracts that have a 3/16 royalty interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
And which tracts are those?
Track 2, no, track 3. Is the only one.
And if I remember your testimony correctly, wasn't there a portion where you said there was an open offer of 3/16 royalty interest to the unleased tracts?
Yes.
I know in your testimony you also mentioned KSA 55-1308, which talks about the rights in unleased land. Can you see that statute on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you referenced that as the basis for having any non-consent royalty interest owners at 1/8 of interest.
Yes.
And is there language that allows the commission to provide a higher interest if there appears to be higher interest given to other tracts in the area or other owners in the area?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to highlight a portion then, just read it and let me know if I read it correctly. Except that if the commission finds that under the prevailing industry practice in the area where the unit is located, oil and gas leases contain a higher amount of royalty than 1/8 royalty interest, then the owner shall be regarded as royalty interest owner to the extent of the royalty interest determined by the commission to be in accordance with the prevailing industry practice, and a working interest owner as the remainder of the owner or owner's interest in such tract of land. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I believe that covers all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. At this time, we will turn and see if there are any questions from the commissioners, and I will begin with Commissioner Keen.
Thank you, Chair French. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy. For starters, tell me about Canaday Oil Corporation. Who owns it? You own all of it?
Canaday Oil's been around since, I don't know, I think it was the seventies, my dad started it, and then he changed his name from Sea Oil to Canaday, and I think the 81 or early 80s sometime, and he operated, wells in Barton County, and then, down here, and then he's been across the state and worked as a petroleum engineer since NCRA was a company back in the 50s. So, and then he passed away in the 06 or 07, and my mom did a few things, and both my brother and I are petroleum engineers from the University of Kansas, and my brother took over the operation parts of what we have. We're probably down to 20 wells. I don't know. I got something like that. It's not very big right now, but and then we have somebody that does all the accounting, and so it's an active company. We operate and produce things, and then I help out. I've worked in Oklahoma most of my career, and but I do things with the family projects, and if they need something, and so that's kind of where we got to today.
So basically, if I understood from what you just said, the current ownership of Canaday Oil is between you and your brother. Is that right?
And my sisters.
And your sisters. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What's the source of funding for operations? Is it from internally generated cash flow, or do you have outside investors that buy into projects? How does that work?
Yeah, we have outside investors. We haven't drilled any wells in a long time, but the company generates cash flow in the wells that it produces, and we have nice cash flow from the company.
What's your average daily production for your company?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to look on the website on KGS probably, but I'm guessing 25 barrels a day, something like that.
And so when you operate in which counties? Clark? Are you still in Barton? Which counties?
Oh yeah, Barton and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank, but there are some more on the arch up there by Great Bend. But Barton's probably the main production we have.
Are these the only two counties in Kansas that you have production?
Well, we have some in Ford. I think that might be it, actually.
You have production also in Oklahoma?
Canaday does not know.
Okay. Page 8 of your testimony, I'm looking at lines 1 through 6. We don't need to put them on a split screen, Kelsey or John, either one. It says on line 7 that the estimated cost of this of installing this project, I guess what you mean by that is to make the project where it's up and running. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's going to be $1,700,025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that include the cost of drilling the new well that you're anticipating?
Well, we've been at the commission now since last fall, and it does, but this could be amended a little bit. This is just an AFE, an estimate, because prices have changed drastically in the last year to few months. So I have not updated it to today, but this is what I estimate at, yes.
It
What's the,
includes drilling an injection well and washing down a well.
I copied it, non-broker.
we're picking up some background noise from some source.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Um,
Do you want me to repeat that?
yes, if you would, please.
Yes, like I said, yes, it does. But it's been a while since I've done this AFE, and costs could have gone up some since then.
What's the anticipated depth of the well you're going to drill?
The Morrow's down to 5,300, so maybe 5,300, 54 maybe at the most. On the drilling of the injection well, the water supply well washdown would be 40. I think that Council Grove is 3,300 feet.
Okay, so you're going to drill a new well to roughly 5,300 feet. You're going to case it. You're going to equip it with injection tubing, I presume. Am I correct so far?
Yes.
And you're anticipating you're going to be, what do you imagine just the cost of that would be?
Well, I put down $600,000 on my AFE. Like I said, we've been at the commission for a long time, and I have not updated this since we started.
Okay.
So it could be a little bit more. I haven't drilled a well up there personally in the last 2-3 years.
Could it be a lot more?
I don't think that's 600,000 for an injection well. I don't have any surface equipment. I don't have a tank battery. I'm not sure I'm that far off.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 3 if we could. And we might do a split screen on that one, please.
One moment. I assume it's of Mr. Canaday's direct testimony.
All right, this is Exhibit 3. Can you see this, Mr. Canaday?
Yes.
Okay, help me out here. Go, bring that up a little bit so we can see the down there where the legend is a little better, John. Can you bring that up? Yeah, that's fine, right there. No, freeze it. Thank you. Okay. Can you still see this, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Okay. I can see down there at the very bottom that it appears that you and your geologist, Mr. Sains, am I pronouncing that correctly?
It's pronounced signs, just like SIGNS.
Okay. You're the ones who prepared this map. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. What is an isopatch map? What does that mean? What does this portray?
Well, it's a net pay of Morrow Sand, but if you're going to get into a lot of geology, I'd rather defer to him.
Well, just for the benefit of the lay people who are here, and I'm certainly one of those, I'm not a professional geologist. What does this map portray?
It's a net Morrow Sand. The thickness of the sand.
Okay. So you're portraying the subsurface at the Morrow level, right?
Yes. Well, this isn't a structure map. So okay, no, well, actually.
How is an isopatch map different from a structure map?
Well, a structure map is subsurface a datum, and then an ice pack map is just how much sand there is.
And like I said, I'm sure this could be explained better by Mr. Sines.
Does this not portray the direction and scope of what you anticipate to be the relevant Morrow zone?
Sorry, I guess I didn't understand that.
Does this not portray the direction and scope of what you anticipate to be the relevant Morrow zone?
Oh, yes, it is the relevant moral zone, yes.
Okay. How did you, when you prepared this map, did you select the boundaries, the outer boundaries of this area? How do you know that this area doesn't stretch up into section 6 and 5 and down into 18 and 17?
And I would prefer to defer those questions. I mean, he's sitting right here too, so.
We'll get to his testimony in a moment, but I was kind of relying upon your knowledge as a petroleum engineer and a co-preparer of the map.
Well, like I said, there's other channels running in this area up there to the north, and there's gas wells up there, some of them, I basically take a map that a geologist gives me to come up with my parameters to do my petroleum engineering work on.
Okay. Again, I'm a lay person. If we look up in section 5, you see down in the southwest corner of section 5, there's a gas well there. You see that, or it was a gas well. And I think you said that was evidence of a gas cap. I think that's in your prior testimony. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, there is a gas cap in this reservoir, which won't add anything to a secondary recovery project.
Okay. Again, as a lay person, isn't the gas cap ordinarily in the center or the high of the structure, not on the low of the structure?
Yes.
It doesn't appear here that it's on the high, though, does it? That well.
Well, this is what we're looking at is the isofact map, so we don't know the structure from this map, if that's high or low. In general, that is higher up in the reservoir.
Let's talk about the non-consent a little bit more. On the non-consent, as was brought out, I think, in your cross-examination by Mr. Marsh, there is this 300% recovery that must occur prior to any of the royalty interests receiving any revenues. Is that correct? If they're non-consenting.
No, it has nothing to do with their royalty interest. Actually, if they're as this is situated, they would have two interests. They would have a royalty interest and they would have a working interest. Their working interest would be subject to the non-consent. Their royalty interest, they would receive income from day one on any sales that I have, if I were lucky enough to have some day one.
Okay, so there's no penalty provision associated with the ownership of the royalty interest. It begins with the first day of production, if there is production, right?
Correct.
Let's turn to Exhibit 7, if we could. Okay. Thank you, John. Can you see that, Mr. Canaday?
Yes.
These are all based upon projections or guesstimates, are they not?
Correct.
They don't guarantee results, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, results may be significantly different than projections. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Either way.
Yes.
That is, yes, in the sense that it can be less beneficial or more beneficial in the long term. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
If we look at the upper left-hand portion where it shows gross production of oil over the period of what you anticipate is going to be the useful life of the unit, we have a dramatic jump from what you anticipate to be production in 2025 of 762 barrels up to 24,000, almost 25,000 barrels rounded up in 2026. Is that correct?
Yes.
How did you come up with these numbers?
Well, based on injection rates and based on primary production. Primary production got up to, I can't remember, I think it peaked at 140, 50 barrels a day. And then most of these are tied to injection rates. You can sometimes have better response with quicker injection, might not get as good of ultimate reserves sometimes, and so it is tied to the injection rate somewhat.
So you're anticipating that recoverable oil in place within this unit, the primary recovery only produced half or less than half of the oil that's recoverable. Is that correct?
Correct. The primary or secondary, I mean, they have new things out now that can push it a little further at a price. Tertiary oil recovery projects.
Why do you believe that your secondary recovery efforts will result in something that's the equivalent or better than primary recovery? Why is that?
Mostly analogies.
Analogy to what?
To other water floods. There's some across the line in Oklahoma. There's the Lexington field east of this in Clark County to that's a lot bigger. I think it made 2.3 million primary and 2.6 million after secondary. There, but there's also a couple that didn't pan out. And Murphin did one in the Mineola field north of here. So, but that's where I get my assumptions.
When you tell me a little bit about your prior experience in water flooding. Well, what experience do you have in water flooding?
Well, it's all in Oklahoma with different formations, Red Forks, Skinners, but basically Pennsylvania sands like this. I've actually, and so I've done, me personally, I started doing water floods in '87. I've unitized and installed myself 12 of them. And I have had varying degrees of success on 10, 1 flop, and 1 to be determined. And I've operated most of those water floods for more than 25 years or 20.
What are the biggest expenses associated with water flooding?
Oh, nowadays your electric bills are really big. Well services are big now. And equipment and steel prices are very high. So I would say those are the biggest prices.
Once you begin injecting into an enhanced recovery well, once you begin injecting water into that, what assurances do you have that the water, once it hits the potentially productive zone, is going to push the oil in the direction of your producing wells? What assurances do you have?
Well, I try to stick to confined reservoirs that have definite limits, and that way the water will stay in your reservoir. Basically, you you got low pressure producers and I putting pressure in, and so the water pushes the oil to the low pressure and pump it out. So I'm pretty confident.
Let me go back to my prior question. What kind of issues are created that make water floods fail?
Make water floods what? Cut out.
What kind of issues arise that create water, that make water flooding efforts fail?
Oh, sometimes you have water breakthrough, directional permeabilities. Sometimes people put them in wrong. That's probably the biggest one. Sometimes they just take patience. They take a long time, depending on how much water you're putting in the ground and where, and how far apart your injection wells are. But sometimes the water does go out of zone. You have issues with that occasionally. On depending on the age of the wells and but all those things, most of those things can be monitored, and so, but those are probably the biggest one is water breakthrough and the establishing a wrong pattern to begin with.
Is channeling another description for what you just described?
Yes.
Yeah, but and that'd be where you would inject, and your injection pressure causes the water it doesn't flood the whole zone. It just goes to the most permeable or easiest the area of the zone that's most likely to take water more quickly, and it bypasses significant portions of the water oil in place. Isn't that correct? Isn't that a byproduct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the cross-examination as Ms. Mayhew asked of you with respect to track 5. She was asking you why you had an interest in track 5. Can you help me out again here? What is your interest in track 5?
As why I want to unitize it?
Yes.
Well, because it has part of the reservoir in it, and it's normally the case to unitize the entire reservoir, water floodable reservoir anyway, and track 5 has acre feet of sand in it, and so once I and so it has some oil that's movable, but by injection wells I can push it through there, and even with my diagram here, that with an injection into the track 2, it's going to push that oil down to track 1, and it'll sweep track 5.
So you're pretty certain, are you, that the direction of the flood is going to be from north to south?
Very. Yes, I am.
And why do you conclude that?
Because of other failed water floods and injection pattern. You can look at the Mineola field. The Mineola field put in by Merkin was a failed flood, and it has most of those channels go east and west. Most of these Pennsylvania sands in this part of the world, and even clear over to eastern part of Kansas and most of Oklahoma has directional permeability, which is east and west. And so you have to create a fair interference east and west and push, and then that forces oil north and south, which give you a good sweep pattern.
Okay. I'm going to return once again to the cross-examination by Ms. Mayhew. I think she was asking you if your interest in track 5 didn't arise from the fact that it had a well bore there that could be used. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
I'm paraphrasing, Ms. Mayhew. And what was your answer?
Can't remember exactly, but I would assume similar to what I just said. My interest in that thing, it has a well bore, which I intend to use for a water, we'll re-enter and use it as a water supply well. And then it has reservoir pay in it. It has the unit reservoir in that tract.
Okay, that's where I'm a little bit confused, because I thought that your response to Ms. Mayhew was that wasn't really your primary interest wasn't because it had a wellbore there to use in track 5, but then I thought in your response to, I think it was cross-examination by Mr. Marsh, you indicated that you wanted to use it as a water supply well. So I was confused by what I thought was a slightly different testimony with respect to track 5. Can you clarify that?
Well, I don't remember exactly what she asked, but I know she asked me about a water well or something, and I said I didn't know about a water well because I thought she was talking about fresh water. So, without looking at my testimony, I'd have a hard time going back and.
That's okay. Let's move on. With respect again to track 5, and this water and this well that's there that you want to use as a water supply well, what is the zone that the water is produced from?
The zone that the water will hopefully produce from, it's a Council Grove, about 3,300 feet.
So this is the well you intend to wash down?
Yes.
Okay. What is the current depth of that well, do you know?
Well, it's plugged, but it was drilled down to 5,400.
Okay. All right. I'm down to just a couple of more questions. John, again, if we could put up Exhibit 3 once again. Can you see that, Mr. Canaday?
Yes.
Okay. Boxed in rectangles in these tracks are these productivity numbers. Is that the initial production?
Yes, that's primary production, yes.
Okay. So we have no primary production in track 2 and 5. Isn't that correct?
Well, track 2 was made as a unit well that drilled that one up in the north half of the west corner of track 2. So those two were put together and created a unit well when they originally drilled it way back when. So it has an interest in that. And track 2, those two quarter sections are combined and an interest in those wells. So that actually does have production. And then track 5, no.
Okay. So you're anticipating that if this unit is approved, you will wash down this well in track 5, use it as a water supply well from the Council Grove. What other water supply sources are you going to have for the injection, for your injection enhanced recovery effort?
Assuming that'll be the only water supply I'll need. I've only got 2 injection wells.
Okay. And I suppose there'll be some water produced from the producing wells that would also be added to that, right?
Yeah, yes, eventually. I doubt if they make much for quite a while.
Okay. Again, John, I will ask one other brief series of questions. Bring up Exhibit 7 again, please. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, going back to Mr. Eisenhower's line of questioning on cross-examination. And he went through the history, basically, of production from this area. And I think he focused with some particularity on track 1, which is a particular concern to his clients. Again, and I will ask your geologist this, I'm not going to beat this drum too much more here, but when I go to the gross production column here on the left-hand side, and I see these relatively huge amounts of production coming from very low production to huge production for 2026 through 2031, I'm just astounded as to, I'm just puzzled as to where those numbers came from.
Well, they just come from analogies and history, and they're established by just water flood practices. I mean, I can show you many examples where these are they're high up there, but they're not that impressive. I try to go what I consider reasonable. Like you said, some failed. These numbers are estimates, and they can be above or they can be below. And depending on if I have one well kicking at once, or if I have 2 wells kicking at once, then that number goes up and down. But I mean, going from not much production to a considerable amount of production is if you look in the history of most water floods, that's what they do in these sands. Now, there's a lot of limestone water floods in Kansas that don't react quite the same way. That they're a different animal.
In drawing all these analogies to which you made reference, did you analogize the probability of this kind of result to the prior production results on the tracks that are going to be included within the unit?
Well, the overall cumulatives. I mean, I look at the curve of the entire field to help me come up with these numbers.
Because what you're suggesting is that we go from a current production from 2 wells of 1/2 barrel a day to production levels that range from almost 40,000 barrels a year.
Right, which is
11,000. That's a huge jump. So I guess I'm really curious as to how you get to that. I'll ask your geologist more about that too.
I mean, there are many curves that show similar. Look at what's the big field of Stewart over there that they did? Look at the production curve on that. I mean, it went from not a lot. And it depends on, some of it depends on when you start the water flood. I haven't been able to start this till now when everything's already depleted, or those top numbers wouldn't be so low maybe. So, but there's many examples of this. Look up any Morrow water flood in southwest Kansas, and there'll be some big ones, big jumps. This is a small project.
Yeah, I see that. I think you alluded to the fact that Murphin had tried a water flood, unitized water flood production effort in Clark County, not too far from you. Did you not?
Yes. Yep. And I know a lot of the particulars, and have looked through that a lot, and I know why that didn't work, and it's various reasons of the east-west permeability problems and the way they put it in, and the way they. And the 2 wells that did kick on that thing, which didn't kick very good, were north and south of injection wells that they've had interference between. So there's reasons.
All right, thank you, Mr. Canaday. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, Commissioner Keither, any questions?
Good morning. Fascinating discussion here. But I think maybe my basic question is, what happens if this doesn't take place? Where do you go from here? Do you try any other directions, any other tracks? I'm curious what happens if the answer is no.
If I don't get this unitized,
Mm-hmm.
well, the commission will make me plug the wells, because they're not producing right, I don't have a lease on one, and then the project won't get done.
Project and no other interest in trying to find any other way to address it? These are the tracks you need.
Well, these are substantial into the project, and I've been
Right.
working on the project, for 10 years. I've got notes, and between the different mineral owners, I've tried to get contact and get this done, and I'm gonna be 70 this year, so, I'm probably done.
Well, I appreciate that. You answered the other question. I couldn't remember if it had been mentioned how long you've been working on this. So thank you for your answers. Thank you.
All right, I have just a couple quick questions. John, if you could pull back up that Exhibit 6 to Mr. Canaday's direct testimony, just for reference. And it may not be necessary, but I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So the existing well on track 5, you said you'd like to use that well bore as a water supply well. Just to make sure I understand it correctly, that was a dry hole and it is a plugged well currently, and you would be re-drilling it out to use as a water supply well. That's what I think I've gathered, but if you could clarify that for me.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it's plugged. It currently could not produce if you went forward and track 5 wasn't part of this. The only way they could tap into your pool would be to drill a new producing well, correct?
Well, that's probably correct. They could go by wash that well down and try to frack it and frack into the reservoir better and frack or frack it their thin zone.
Okay.
So they could wash it down. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. I was not understanding that was a plugged well. So that's helpful. The other thing, and I don't know that we need the scheme up for this, John. Just on track 1 and track 5, maybe I'm reading between the lines a bit here, but it seems to me that the landowner's concerns, and I can ask them about this myself. It seems to me that they seem to be skeptical that they're going to get anything out of this. And they're sort of weighing that against sort of the disruption or potential disruption to their surface, the land on the surface. And I just wonder, have you had any conversations about the tract owners on 1 and 5 about ways you could mitigate disruption to the surface in the event this is unitized? I know you've talked about, there would be some operations, there would be some roads for access points. Have you had discussions about how you could mitigate the impact to the usage of their surface area?
I guess my answer to that would be no, because they won't talk to me.
All right, well, that's an answer. All right, I don't think I have anything further. So at this time, let's turn back to Mr. McFadden. Do you have any redirect?
I've just got a few, just want to clarify a few things. Mr. Canaday, do you have valid leases within the unit? Valid oil and gas leases?
Yes.
Okay. How detrimental to your operations would it be if someone were to come in, if say track 5 was left out, if someone were to come in and reopen that old Murphin well and turn it into producer? How detrimental would that be to the project?
Well, it would end up being substantial, because they would be taking a lot of my injection pressure down there, and places I needed to move somewhere else.
Okay. Are you planning to use the water well on track 5, which is separate from the Murphy?
No. Oh, so freshwater well? No.
So no fresh water will be used from track 5?
No.
Okay. Would the loss of tracks 1 and 5, so say the commission were to grant the unitization without tracks 1 and 5, would that kill the project?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
All right. Is any additional cross-examination from the other parties necessary at this time? And I mean, it would just be limited to anything maybe the commission brought up. I'm looking for any waving hands. If not, we're gonna move forward. All right. Ms. Mayhew, do you have, go ahead.
Thank you. I did want to just revisit a couple of quick questions. When Mr. Kennedy, when Mr. Eisenhower was cross-examining you, you said you did intend to take water from the well in Tract 5. Is that or is that not the case?
Yes, it's saltwater.
So you do intend to take water off of 5, but not fresh water, just salt water. That's your
Yes.
testimony?
Correct.
You have talked about the possibility of if someone were to reopen the plugged well and drill there, if Tract 5 were left out of this unitization. There are other ways to reach that problem, are there not? Would you know if somebody was trying to open that well back up? And could you take?
Well, if somebody goes in there and gets a lease, they can open that well back up if it's not unitized.
Right, they can, but you'll know if they're doing it, and you could get a restraining order or otherwise stop the production of that well for the very reasons you're explaining here. Would that be fair to say?
No, because then I'd have to come back all through this process again and then try to add to the unit probably. I don't. Yeah, I don't think that'd be the case.
So you don't have an option to get water from any other source. Is that what you're saying?
Well, not at the same cost, or not even close to the same cost. I mean, I guess that's what I would say.
So you're estimating your cost around 1.7 million, and if you had to get water from another source, what do you think what would be the impact on that projected cost?
Well, I would say a minimum of $200,000.
For the total water needed for the life of the project?
You're talking about incremental costs, aren't you? What you asked?
Yeah. How much is it going to bump up your bottom line your bottom estimate on cost if you have to bring water in for another source?
Yeah, I would say a minimum of $200,000.
So you're saying for $200,000, you'd tank the project if 5 wasn't in your unit?
No, that's not the main issue. The main issue is the reserves down there that I'll lose. And the potential damage to me being able to water flood and push oil to the north.
In that 19 acre feet. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I'm talking about Tract 5 and Tract 1, I guess, together at this point. with that question. That's
But as to tract 5 specifically, the 19-acre feet is not going to make a big impact. Is that
well, I
fair?
haven't looked at that. If somebody, I haven't looked at that actually, but it's not as substantial as that, but it still runs the possibility of creating that low pressure area down there. If somebody comes in and washes that down or drills a well, and I lose the injection, that I need to go somewhere else.
So if you entered into a contractual agreement with the owners of tract 5 interests that they would not lease or allow any development on that tract, would that be satisfactory?
No, because I don't. I would prefer not to know, because I don't know how that holds up 20 years down the road. And when the field's pressured up or even 5 years down the road.
Okay, and one more question. You just stated a moment ago when Chair French asked you a question about any attempt to talk to the owners in 1 and 5 regarding mitigation. You said they won't talk to me. Could you explain why you said that?
Well, I said, well, the Mayhew group has been basically through council. So I guess, there has been some correspondence. The West and Byerly, they don't want to lease, and I've had them both leased, and I've spoke to both of them before, and I was I don't know how to say that. I guess I was on a little better terms with them when their husbands were alive. I dealt with their husbands mostly, but I guess you'd have to ask them.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Mr. Eisenhower, are you waving your hands because you don't have questions or because you'd like to ask something?
I'd like to ask 2 questions.
Okay.
Mr. Canaday, right now, the proposal of my clients are you either pay $102,000 to participate in this unit, or if you don't, we're going to have you go non-consent, and we'll have to recover in excess of $306,000 before your working interest will see a dime, correct?
Well, I let them make an election. I sent out a piece of paper that makes them, they make the election on whether they participate or go non-consent. And then the rest of it is statutes.
And that election is you pay $102,000 as a working interest owner under the AFE, or you're going to have to pay, or the project's going to have to generate at least $307,000 plus before your working interest sees a dime.
Well, I guess that's right. Yeah.
Okay. And your projections that are shown on, I believe it's Exhibit 7, those cash flow projections. You said that's based on histories and analogies, but you've never done a water flood in Kansas.
No, I have not. I've been a working interest in them, but I've never done one myself. That's correct.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you.
One question, if I could.
Let me just ask before we go to a final, I will give you a final shot of redirect. Let me just ask if staff or if any commissioners have any questions before we go to the final redirect.
Nothing from staff.
Okay, Commissioner Keen, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair French. One follow on again to the original cross-examination by Mr. Eisenhower, Mr. Canaday. I thought I heard you say in response to the questions Mr. Eisenhower asked you that given the productivity on the 2 wells that you now have there of 1/2 barrel a day, and if I misunderstood you correct me and correct me with some granularity, if you would. I thought I understood you to say that these were not economic wells. And I thought that you went further to say that you had no assurance that these were valid leases. Did I correctly or incorrectly understand your testimony?
No, that's correct. I mean, there are not, you know, this process has gone on so long, we've gone from economical to uneconomical. Trying to get this project done, and the leases expired, and you know, but I've been trying to put it together the whole time. I had other major royalty owners that took a long time to get signed up on this thing, and which I'm sure Mrs. West knows anyway, that the Irons family has a big chunk of this. At one time, one guy had the whole thing, and then it split up into his heirs after he passed away, and the heirs called me and said, when are you going to do this? So I put it back together. I've got everything back together, but it's taken me, so it's gone from uneconomical and unleased during the process. I've been trying to keep all this together to do the project, because it's a good project.
Okay. I guess my underlying question for that really is, what is the valid and existing underlying lease upon which this unit can be premised?
Well, they can be working interest if they're unitized. I'm trying to unitize everybody in the thing.
No, I'm saying if you're saying that
Oh,
that there aren't economic wells located on these properties and that you have no valid leases, upon what are you going to premise the development of this unit? Shouldn't you have at least an active lease upon which you can premise the development of a unit to surrounding properties? What am I missing here?
I have 87 or 9% of all the leases and royalty owners that I leased. I have active leases in the thing, and you know, so I'm trying to protect their interest, my interest, to get this done.
So how many active leases do you have there within this unit?
Four.
And how much production per day do you have from those 4 leases?
Well, right now, close to 0.5, depending on if I can keep things pumping.
And are those leases in the primary term, or are they in the secondary term?
Well, one of them's primary and the other one's in the secondary, is released. And if I need to release the other one, he'll do that for me too. He would like to get this to proceed.
Yeah, my reason for this question is simply this: if we were to grant the unit proposal that you've advanced, how precarious? My question really is, how precarious is that grant, given the fact that you have arguably maybe leases that aren't economic and maybe aren't valid? You see the concern?
Well, they will have their own lease at that point. They will be the lessees and the working interest owners. So they'll have their own lease at that point. We're unitizing that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Canaday. Thank you, Chair French. No further questions.
All right, then at this time, Mr. McFadden, did you final redirect?
Yeah, I think we're kind of bouncing around the same thing here. Just let's clear it up. So do you have a valid lease from the Irons right now, which is the majority of the unit?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in the primary term?
One, track 2 is, and track 3 has been released.
Okay. And at the point at which the wells become economical, you have been continuously working on a unit, creating a unit.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then as far as Mr. Eisenhower's questions, where there's only two options, is there not a third option where they could sign a lease and get a 3/16 royalty that would increase the portion that the statutes call royalty interest, and they would increase their immediate payouts?
I still have that on the table, yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. I think we will leave Mr. Canaday's testimony there. Mr. Canaday, they do thank you for your testimony, and you may virtually step down. At this time, we've been going almost 2 hours. I want to give everybody a brief break. Go refill your coffee cup, take a restroom break. Why don't we break until 10:35, so about an 8-minute break. So at this time, we are off the record and in recess and until 10:35.
Mr. McFadden, you are not on mute on our end again. Just keep that in mind during the break.
We can mute them, John, if you want.
It's up to them. They might have muted themselves on their end outside of Zoom.
Okay.
Just wanted him to be aware. We can't hear him right now.
You never knew what was gonna get in here. He's a big old boy, normally KCC takes about 10 minutes. And after an hour and a half, he kept looking at it, like, are you gonna do something for me? Oh, the best KCC hearing on unit. And they thought it was just gonna fly through. It not. We caught him lying like 3 times. Somebody called him on the tape, up everybody was calling the tape, but he lied, so I guess we'll go with that, yeah. I don't know. Way down.
All right, we are at 10:35. I'll just give a couple minutes for everybody to sit down, get your cameras on before we move out of recess. Okay, it looks like pretty much everyone is back, so we are now back on the record in this hearing, and we are ready for operator to call its next witness. So, Mr. McFadden, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Did I get
Yes,
it
we can
turned
hear
off?
you.
Perfect. All right, the applicant calls Richard Sines.
All right, Mr. Sines, I can see you. As with Mr. Canaday, I will need to swear you in. So if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. McFadden, go ahead.
Can you, Mr. Sines, could you state your name and business address?
My name is Richard Sines, and it's 2111 South Atlanta Place, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. Can you state your title in the company you work for?
I'm Vice President of Mid-Continent Energy.
Okay. Are you the same Richard Sines that caused to be filed in this docket pre-filed testimony consisting of 7 pages, inclusive of exhibits, on December 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Was this testimony created by you or at your direction?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I move that the pre-filed testimony with attached exhibits be admitted into the record.
Is there any objection?
No.
Hearing none, it
Then-
will be admitted.
Okay, and then I tender for cross.
All right. Let's see what we've got for an order here. Mr. Eisenhower, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Sines, it's my understanding that you originated this prospect. Did you do that on behalf of Canaday or Mid-Continent Energy, or what company were you working for at that time, and what was the time period?
I was working at my own company, Castle Rock Petroleum. Started in 1984 and had generated prospect for our own account.
And in reviewing Exhibit 3 of your pre-filed testimony, it's a Morrow Sand net pay isopac map, and it goes through the production obtained from each tract of land. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it looks like the non-protesting group of tracts of land produced 185,323 barrels of oil, and Michelle Mayhew's client's tract produced nothing, and my client's tract produced 13,336 barrels of oil, for a total of 198,659 barrels of oil. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so my client's property produced 6.72% of the total production, based on my calculations. If the cased hole was not present in the northwest quarter of 17, specifically the northwest quarter, would this tract be included in your unit?
Absolutely.
Okay. When were you, Mr. Canaday testified that he's been working on this project for 10 years. How long have you been working on this project?
Well, I've been just as an advisor. I haven't worked on the unitization particularly. I prepared these exhibits based on my knowledge of the area.
Okay, as an advisor, how long have you been advising Canaday Oil about this unit?
Well, since they've owned it and had any questions about it.
Okay. I assume Canaday Oil, and assumptions obviously can be incorrect. Tell me if I'm correct. Did Canaday Oil Corporation hire you to present your pre-filed testimony and prepare these maps?
No, I don't think they hired me directly. I've offered it. Because I have a small overriding royalty interest in these properties
Did you?
or in this unit.
So have you been paid for the exhibits?
No,
Excuse me?
no, I haven't. No, I haven't. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Commissioner French, my wife.
Sounds like Mr. Eisenhower may be having some audio video issues. Why don't we go off the record for just a moment? Take a recess. We will let Mr. Eisenhower maybe disconnect or leave the Zoom and then come back. So let's go ahead and recess for I don't know, 4 minutes till 10:45.
Should be okay now, except I can't hear me.
We do hear you now, Mr. Eisenhower.
Okay, sorry.
It looks like you are back. Can you hear us all right?
Yes, I can. You know, in Pratt, we don't have Wi-Fi. We just have a couple birds that hold up cans. So sometimes the birds get tired.
That's fine. We'll give them a little break. So we're still in recess. We're going to go ahead and just recess until 10:45.
Okay, I'm sorry.
While we're in recess, Mr. McFadden, I can't recall. This may have been a problem of me being on autopilot, but I cannot recall whether we moved to admit Mr. Canaday's pre-filed testimony into the record. I know you laid the foundation, and I know then you asked some additional direct. Do you recall whether there was a motion to admit his written testimony into the record? If not, I can go ahead and clarify that we are admitting it. But do you recall whether we got that admitted or not?
I had the same thought as I was doing that with Mr. Sines, and I don't recall it either.
Well,
So
when we go back on the record, I'll address that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it is 10:45. We are out of recess and back on the record in this hearing. Before we continue with the examination of Mr. Sines, I just want to clarify the record as it regards the pre-filed written testimony of Mr. Canaday. I cannot recall whether we actually took a motion to admit that testimony into the record. But at this time, I will clarify that we are admitting it into the record unless there is any objection from a party at this time. Hearing no objection, the referenced pre-filed testimonies of Mr. Canaday are admitted. So with that, we can return to the examination of Mr. Sines. And I believe Mr. Eisenhower was in the middle of asking some questions, and he has reestablished his digital connection, and so we will let you go ahead and reconvene, Mr. Eisenhower. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. I apologize. I think, Mr. Sines, I was trying to ask that you've done work for Canaday Oil on this unitization, including your testimony and some maps. Have you been paid for your work?
No.
So are you obtaining a overriding royalty interest in this unit for the work you've done?
I've had a overriding royalty interest from when I first generated and got parts drilled in 1988. That still exists.
Okay. Well, I call your attention to page 3 of your testimony, specifically lines 6 through 8, where you state that you're talking about the unitized area, and you're stating that there are 6 wells that have produced from the Morrow Sand within the proposed Irons Morrow Sand Unit. And you indicate that 4 wells are operated by Canaday Oil Corporation, the Irons 18, 28, 38, and the Byerly 117. Where did you get that information as to Canaday operating the Byerly 117?
I think from my Petra program, I was looking up the scout tickets and the current operator, and was listed as Canaday Oil. I believe that's correct. And I may have assumed that Canaday, since they had operated them in the past.
Have you ever reviewed the records of the Register of Deeds office in Clark County?
No,
Those records would reflect that no affidavit of production was ever filed by Canaday Oil, and in fact, an affidavit of non-production was filed by the landowners stating that there had been no production from this lease for years. So there is not a valid oil and gas lease on this property. Would that change any part of your map?
no,
And do you do most of your work in Oklahoma or both Kansas and Oklahoma?
both Kansas and Oklahoma.
You understand that Kansas is not a forest pool state
Yes, I do.
and Oklahoma is a forest pooled state, correct?
Yes, it is.
What information were you provided to draw these maps you've attached as exhibits to your pre-filed testimony? Or is that information you had from the original prospect?
From the original prospect, these reservoirs were well defined seismically, with extensive 2D seismic across these reservoirs, and they're kind of a unique situation. They make excellent candidates for secondary recovery. So yeah, these were well defined back in 1988.
Why do you say they're uniquely qualified for secondary recovery?
Because they're contained on four sides. They're like that's a positive part, and it's also a negative part. It's contained. It has no secondary pressure drive like a water drive reservoir. It just has gas solution drive and oil in the reservoir. That's why it didn't produce much water. Once that gas gets produced off, you're basically losing pressure and not producing all the oil in there. It's like a paint spray can that loses gas pressure and still has paint in it. Still got plenty of paint there. It just doesn't have the energy to drive that paint out the sprayer. It's the same thing with this oil reservoir. The gas pressure has come down, directly affects the production. Secondary recovery is to re-inject pressure in that reservoir to get that oil moving again. And normally, go ahead. That's
So it's your testimony that this reservoir is a contained reservoir,
yes.
much like a gas storage field.
Yeah, much like a gas storage field.
Unless it's Northern Natural Gas near Cunningham.
Correct.
Have you looked at the website of the Kansas Geological Society and seen the production figures from these tracts?
Yes.
Have you seen that the Byerly well has not produced anything, oil or gas, for more than 23 years?
Yes.
And even before that, for the 10 years before that, it produced less than 200 barrels of oil over that 10-year time period.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I really don't have the statistics that well memorized, but
Well, I'm looking at them. And you heard Mr. Canaday's testimony, and I assume you're already aware of it, that all of the production from this unit right now consists of a half barrel a day or less. Does that not concern you about spending $1.7 million? I guess it's not your money, but to spend that kind of money to do a water flood on an area that has basically no production at this time?
not in the least. It's like I say, it's an excellent candidate for secondary recovery.
Are you investing in this project?
No.
How much money is saved by the fact that there are cased holes on Miss Mayhew's client's property, which will be used as a producer of water for the unit? How much does that save Canaday Oil?
would ask you to ask Mickey Canaday about that. He does the numbers, the engineering.
Who is Mickey Canaday?
Well, Grant Canaday, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I think he already testified at least 200,000. Would you agree with that?
If he says it's 200,000, I would agree with that. I mean, I don't do the AFEs on the drilling and the equipping part. That's engineering.
Well, you're a geologist, and supposedly this unit flows from north to south. And my client's well is at the further southern end, correct?
Correct.
And you've looked at the cash flow projections made by Canaday Oil, haven't you?
Yes.
If my clients go non-consent and it's required that this unit produce $307,000 before they see any money, when do you think that'll take place?
When do I think it'll pay out?
Yes, and based on their percentage of the unit, we're talking,
they'll back in
lots of years, right?
Yes.
Does it concern you that after 2 years, we jumped from 769 barrels produced from the unit to 24,523?
No.
How do you say that? I'm not a geologist, so I need some explanation as to how you can jump almost 24,000 barrels, 2,000 a month in 1 year.
Once you begin to repressure that zone, the oil is in place, and in the ground, it just can't get to the wellbores. Once you repressure that, you should be able to reestablish close to the primary rate of production fairly quickly once that pressure front hits. And so, based on what it did historically, this particular field did historically, those numbers really aren't unexpected.
Well, the Barley well, the highest production they ever had was in 1989. And it was less than 40 barrels or 400 barrels a month. So you're talking somewhere between 12 and 13 barrels a day. And you think the secondary recovery is going to produce more than the primary did?
From all the wells, but all the producers in the unit, yeah. Not just from the Barley well.
Well, if it flows from north to south, wouldn't the Barley well be the best well to invest in?
Not particularly. I think the Irons 2.8 and the 3.8 will be excellent producers as well. You're going to be primarily, when you have a gas solution drive, the Barley well was a little bit thinner sand than the main producers in the Irons unit, which were 10, 11 feet of net pay sand there. The Barley unit was 6 feet. In a gas solution drive reservoir, as you're producing that and not replacing that energy, you create a pressure sink around that well very quickly. And so your production declines as the pressure escapes. And it leaves behind quite a bit of oil. So
does that doesn't appear to be reflected on the annual cash flow report that has been submitted with this application.
in what way?
Well, if you're saying you only have 6 feet and you're going to have a pressure sink fairly quickly, shouldn't the numbers go way down?
Well, they did in the primary production.
Without question. They haven't produced for over 23 years. So during the life of this water flood unit, when does this pressure sink start to take place and production from the barley well is going to go down?
Are you talking after the water flood's in place?
Yes.
I don't think you'll experience a pressure sink since you'll be injecting and repressuring that zone continuously throughout the production history, the secondary production history. So it should produce quite a bit more based on re-injection of pressure in that zone, because you're going to maintain that pressure instead of it declining rapidly.
And the only source of water for this entire unit is going to be the well located in the northeast of 18.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that's the only source of water. That's the most practical source of water, I think.
Well, I thought that's what Mr. Canaday stated in his testimony, that that was going to be the sole source of water for this unit.
Yeah, planned, yes.
Well, if it isn't the sole source and you have to drill another well to produce water, that's an additional cost, correct?
It's not projected to have to drill another source. We should have plenty with that particular well. We shouldn't need another water supply well at that.
I thought you just told me that if that was the only source, you said there were other possibilities, but you think that's going to be enough to generate the water needed for this water flood?
Yes.
How much water is going to be created from that well per day?
I'll ask Nikki Grant.
Well, you're the one testifying.
I'm sorry.
If
I
you
don't know how much his
Okay.
plan is to inject.
Okay. And he's going to drill another injection well, correct?
That's the plan, yes.
Isn't it true that everything you've just testified about, and every answer you've made, is speculation and a guesstimate? Correct?
Based on data, yes. I've hard data with respect to the reservoir boundaries.
But if I hire a geologist and this matter goes to the district court, as a geologist, you've been an expert witness before. You think it's going to be hard for me to find a geologist that says your maps are incorrect?
No. I don't know.
Oh, come on.
Based on the data that I've got and the seismic data that's not available to everyone, that's all proprietary seismic data. No, maybe they won't, but they don't have the database that I have.
Have you been an expert witness in court cases before?
Not in Kansas, but in Oklahoma, yes.
And were there other experts in that case on the other side?
Yes.
Did they agree with your assessments?
No.
Okay. Have you done water floods in Kansas?
No.
So we've got a water flood prospect where the geologist has never done a water flood in Kansas. The petroleum engineers never done a water flood in Kansas. And we have projections where in 1 year, we're going from 762 barrels to 24,500 and some. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
I think that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eisenhower. Ms. Mayhew, do you have any questions for Mr. Sines?
Just a couple, thank you. So, sir, you just referred to your proprietary seismic data. When did you collect that data on the Morrow's iron unit?
We purchased proprietary data from Lab Petroleum in this area, and then we shot our own proprietary data over this particular prospect to better define where we're going to locate these wells. And I can't really recall how many lines we shot, but I believe we shot 2 lines through here to further define the channel boundary.
So I'm a novice in the idea of the seismic work. Tell me how you collected the data.
Well, these were what we call 2D seismic lines, or straight lines. And we inject, or we vibrate the surface. We have recording microphones on the surface that catch the reflected sound waves back. And from those, we can image certain characteristics of the subsurface with that. And so with that seismic data, this particular prospect area and these channels did have a very characteristic representation on the seismic. If you did the seismic correctly, it's very specific, but they did, they were not easily, but you could identify where the channels were, and they're very narrow channels.
So when in time did you collect the data? When did you vibrate the surface and actually collect the data?
Oh, it had to be in 1988 or 1987. I don't remember exactly the date.
So was it after the primary production had tapered off?
No, it's while we were developing the field originally.
Would it be normal to expect there would be changes in seismic data since then?
Yes.
And how did you account for that in your exhibits?
Because the data that we were using at the time defined the channels very well. I'm not sure that modern seismic techniques would enhance that too much more.
So does that data give you a sense of how much oil is still there?
No.
On this, the map that's created to show the sand unit, I think it's Exhibit E on the application. I'm not sure. It's the one with the
Right. The net pay ice pack.
yeah, that one. How accurate are those lines?
Well, they're a combination of the seismic data that defines the channel boundaries, and the wells that have penetrated there indicate the sand thicknesses there. And those are the data points we have.
So extremely reliable, or best you can do based on the information that you have? Or
I think they're very reliable because of the success of drilling these wells. It was a difficult target because they're very narrow channels.
So when you said success of drilling these wells, which wells are you referring to?
Well, I can't recall exactly. We did have existing seismic from Lab Petroleum across the area that was shot previously, searching for these channels. And I can't remember if we drilled the 1-8 well prior to shooting additional seismic, but I think after we drilled the Irons 1-8 well, that we decided to go ahead and try to better define and increase our ability to define this channel with additional seismic of our own to kind of fill in the gaps. And it worked very well because we were able to drill the 2-8 and the 3-8 and the Byerly.
So on what would your assumptions about the volume of oil still in this unit be based?
A couple of assumptions. One is volumetrically, look at the aerial extent of the reservoir the thickness. And the other assumption is the primary production in a gas solution drive reservoir, which this is, commonly produces 10 to 15% of the oil in place when it's primary gas solution drive, and even less in some cases. And with secondary recovery in a reservoir that is conducive to, or a good candidate for water flood, will double that commonly.
I had asked Mr. Kennedy, and I'll ask you too, and maybe you don't deal with this part of it, but if the water was not available from the well on tract 5, what would the backup plan be?
I really can't answer. I think Mr. Canaday would have to answer that.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. This time we will turn to, so I think we'd have staff at this point.
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead,
you,
Mr.
Chair.
Marsh.
Mr. Sines, just kind of maybe a clarification based off some of the questions from Ms. Mayhew. What percentage of reserves are captured as part of primary recovery?
We use a rule of thumb about 10% in a gas solution drive reservoir, which this is, of oil in place.
And then what percentage of reserves would or could be captured as part of secondary recovery?
We say it doubles, so another 10%.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. We will turn to commissioner questions. And again, Commissioner Keen, I'll let you go first if you've got any questions for Mr. Sines.
Thank you, Chair French. I have a few. Good morning, Mr. Sines.
Good morning.
I'm going to have some follow-on questions from the cross-examination that was asked of you by Mr. Eisenhower. So if I understood your response to him, it was he asked you if you had any experience in water flooding in Kansas. I believe your answer was no.
No direct experience. I have not water flooded. I'm familiar with other water floods, just from education and from knowing and studying them.
So how do you know that this particular Morrow Sand interval is going to flood, is going to take a flood? How do you know that?
Well, we have analogies in this area from the Lexington Pool, which is a primary channel to the east that flooded very, very well. So we know these Morrow sands take, and there was attempted floods to the northeast, very close on the very same type channels, but they were an east-west configuration and had a higher gas content to them. So they didn't flood very successfully that way, but the actual sand was able to be repressured.
That latter zone, that latter failed effort was the Murphin effort. Is that correct?
I believe Murphin was the primary operator that flooded some of those fields.
Okay. So you're saying so every Morrow zone does not take water flood the same as other Morrow zones, right?
No, not that's not absolute. You're right. These seem to take them well.
And that's based upon what experience or analogy is that based upon?
The Lexington Pool and the Murphin. And
do you recall, were you present during the cross-examination of Mr. Canaday?
yes.
You recall the questions I asked of him that pertain to Exhibit 7, which is the cash flow analysis?
Yes.
Did you participate in the preparation of Exhibit 7?
No.
Who prepared Exhibit 7?
Mr. Canaday.
Going back to the line of questioning that Mr. Eisenhower directed to you about basically in 2025 going from, and that's based upon Exhibit 7, going from production in 2025 estimated at 762 to production in 2026 estimated at 24,500 rounding off. And I think you were saying that you thought that that was very probable. Am I paraphrasing you correctly?
Yes.
To what degree does that change in production, to what degree is that a function of the amount of water that's being injected?
I think it's directly proportional to that. I mean,
Directly
it's,
proportional.
yeah,
Okay.
it's not a one-to-one relationship, but it depends on how the reservoir repressures. But once you have pressure available in the reservoir, it should produce back to what it did primarily.
What if instead of repressuring it channels? What would that change the outlook?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Do you understand what channeling is in connection with my?
When you talk about the water channeling in the reservoir.
Exactly.
Okay. Yes, it could.
Is there,
But I think,
is there no probability that that will happen here?
no, there's not no probability. There's a possibility that could happen.
Okay. Well, given the fact that on Exhibit 7, that giant increase from 25 from 700 and some barrels to 26 in 24,500 barrels is directly proportional to the amount of water being injected. How much water is going to be injected per day that's going to raise that level of production?
I think I'd like to have Mr. Canaday answer those questions. He's got the particulars about how the water flow is going to be managed and operated.
Okay. Well, the only problem I have here, Mr. Sines, is the fact that I asked him questions that were somewhat bearing on that, and he deferred to you, and now you're deferring to him. So,
well,
I'm having a little. Go ahead.
Well, do they have this exhibit? Exhibit 4 of the pre-file testimony of Grant Canaday? I mean, I want to open up.
The rate and time graph, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, yes.
What are you trying to tell me?
Well, that's representing the historical production of the field. They're on the left-hand side, where all the green lines are. And the single line on the right-hand side is the model. That's the projection based on what's happened in the primary. He uses that for the estimates that he has in the model that was generated in Exhibit 7. So, I mean, it's not out of the question that if you can replicate primary production with a successful secondary effort, you could see these kind of things very common. This is not a wild projection at all. It's what the primary production actually did.
Assuming all the underlying assumptions to the projections hold out, correct?
Correct.
You see, because
we're basing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I mean, we're just, the projected model in Exhibit 7 is based somewhat, well, largely on these curves. And then, of course, there's other variables, the price of oil and things like that are subjective.
Well, I'm not carrying out beyond production. I'm not going to do the math beyond production. What I'm concerned about when I see this cash flow report, and I see for 2025 anticipated barrel oil production is 762. And then I see in 2026 it's 24,523. There had to be some formula by which these were derived, because they're not round numbers. These come down to really specific numbers based upon some assumption that got you there, which I presume has a bearing on the amount of water that's being injected, the number of days over during the year it was injected, a whole lot of things. So that's where my confusion is. You see that?
Correct. And again, I'll refer to Exhibit 4, the time graph, and look at the response that happened primarily. And the reason for that decline is exclusively a loss of pressure in the reservoir, not a loss of oil, the loss of pressure. And reinjecting pressure should bring that back up to primary levels.
Okay. To me, if I were the uninitiated here and I looked at this and I'm saying, this is fish in a barrel. Holy cow, this is easy. Why doesn't everybody do this? You see what I'm saying? It looks like there's nothing to this. You know, we just it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen almost like clockwork. Let me say this in fairness to the operator, and I'm trying to be fair to everybody here. I'm concerned about the economics of your proposal, since the economics have a major bearing on the issue of fair and equitable aspects of the proposed unit to all the interest owners. That's why I'm asking these questions. That's what it is. That's why I'm trying to ferret out what are the assumptions that upon which your proposal to these unit owners is predicated, because their rate of return, if they decide to opt out, is materially affected by this 300% business that you're talking about here. And frankly, I'm concerned about some of the fair and equitable aspects of that. I'm not trying to judge this plan. I'm not trying to judge the risk of this plan. I think you're entitled to take whatever risks you can, and they're entitled to make decisions about whether or not they want to be involved or not. But we're interested with trying to determine whether or not the plan as proposed is fair and equitable. That's why I'm focusing on these economic issues. It's really quite that direct. If we go back, let's go to, I'm almost finished here. Mr. Sines, let's go to Exhibit 3 again in your pre-filed testimony. And it's I'm understanding from, I think, your cross-examination by both Mr. Eisenhower and Ms. Mayhew, that you determined the parameters of the Morrow sand within the proposed unit by seismicity, right?
And existing well bores.
Help me out with what do you mean by what you just said?
Well, the seismic defines the channels in their geometry and their length and how wide they are. The well bores determine the quality of the reservoir and the thickness of the reservoir, because we've got a direct measurement of that reservoir they're producing, and even the dry holes. They define the outline of that productive part of the reservoir.
So there is some subjectivity in the way that you actually drew and configured these isopatch lines, are there not?
Yes, I mean, we would have to have an infinite number of data points to get it exactly perfect. We have to project a little bit, but the combination of the seismic, which defines the boundaries of the channel, pretty much limits what I can do as far as mapping. And then the thickness of the sands help define within that channel where the reservoir lies.
So how many well bores was this based upon?
I can count them for you. Well, basically every well bore on this page that had an electric log that I could review, I could calculate the amount of net pay sand in each one. And I reviewed basically all the wells in this map that had electric logs available to them. And
okay. Please finish.
Oh no, and that's it. So it helps define where I have reservoir and where I don't have reservoir. And within the bounds of the map that I drew, I know that these channel edges are very sharp. It's a very concise channel. And so I have to draw these things very tightly. And I know that this channel is going north-south. And I do know that the dip of this channel dips up to the north, which explains the gas cap to the north end of this. And the gas cap also indicates that it's shut off to the north. It's got a boundary there. You wouldn't generate a gas cap up there. So that gas cap indicates a boundary to the north. The east-west boundaries are defined by the seismic and the sand maps. And the southern boundary is also well-defined as well. And that's down dip.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, the southern end of this reservoir is down dip to a certain extent, but in this particular field, it's not that critical. There's not a water leg within this reservoir. It's oil saturated. And so primarily didn't produce much water at all, just oil and gas.
Okay. So we look at Exhibit 3. Again, based upon seismicity and data points. The data points were the wells for which you had electric logs, right?
Correct.
Hypothetically, had a well been drilled in the very center of Section 7, right where the 7 appears on that map, that data point could have changed the parameters of the Morrow Sand on your map, could it not? Potentially.
No.
No,
we had seismic data over that, and there was no channel available there. There was no channels in that area.
Okay. So that's what gives you confidence that, in effect, what's represented on this map is the extent of the Morrow Sand trap in this area of the Morrow Sand in Clark County. Is that right?
Right.
All right. I believe that's all the questions I have for Mr. Sines. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Keen. Commissioner Keither, do you have any questions for this witness?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right, I do not either. Mr. McFadden, do you have any redirect?
Yeah, just one. Mr. Sines, when you generated these studies and exhibits, and are you operating under kind of industry standard recognized testing methods?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, is there any additional cross that we need at this time? Mr. Eisenhower, I do see that you've got your hand up, and I'll afford the opportunity. I want to be pretty brief, but I'll give you a few questions here.
My first question is it true that the more water that's injected into this unit creates more production, correct?
Correct.
And that's why your line on the time rate graph, which was Exhibit 4, shockingly goes straight up after the first year. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Now, the more water you inject in this unit also creates a higher possibility of channeling, correct?
Correct.
And if you have channeling, you've got problems, correct?
Correct. You could. I mean, the reservoir is long and narrow, so you're still going to be productive in the other producers should you channel out in an early well.
You certainly do not. You do not want channeling, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Okay.
All right, any additional cross, Ms. Mayhew or Mr. Marsh?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, any final redirect, Mr. McFadden?
No, good.
All right, Mr. Sines, I think your testimony has come to an end and you may virtually step down. We are going to keep plowing ahead and see how fast we can go through everybody. At this time, it looks like we are ready for protester witnesses, and Mr. Eisenhower, we will have your witness go first. I understand you'll just have one witness,
That's
and
correct.
so you may call your witness at this time.
We call Karen Byerly.
All right, Ms. Byerly, you are currently on mute, but okay, there you go. Good morning. Just like the other witnesses, I will need to swear you in. So if you will please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Eisenhower.
Karen, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Karen Lee Byerly, 7605 Derrick Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina.
North Carolina State or North Carolina?
The state of North Carolina.
No, I meant who you were rooting for, but did you file pre-filed testimony in this case, which consisting of 5 pages of documents of testimony, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And if I ask you the same questions today as you answered then, would they be the same?
Yes.
And I just have first I'd like to move to admit Karen Byerly's pre-filed testimony on behalf of her revocable trust dated July 1, 2019.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the referenced pre-filed testimony will be admitted.
I just have a couple additional questions for you, Karen. Is there currently still oil field debris located on your property from when the Byerly 117 was actually drilled and operated?
Yes.
Do you know whether the Canaday Oil Corporation ever filed a release of this oil and gas lease after the primary term expired in 2017?
My understanding, he did not.
And are you wanting to become a working interest owner in this proposed water flood unit?
Absolutely not.
And you want to tell the commission why you do not want to be part of the working interest owners under this unit?
Kansas Commission, number one is reliability. And to me, a prudent operator has to be reliable. Money is a factor, yes, but reliability, honesty, follow through. Today we've heard assumptions and but only one time did I hear that he was confident. And I want to work with someone who's confident in what they're going to do. My feeling is his practices weren't prudent. We had sludge from the tanks that were left on our farmland. We couldn't farm. Farming is very, very important to our family. It makes me heavy-hearted, broken-hearted to think how much was wasted on our land because of a broken fence, all the debris. Then it was an embarrassment to the neighborhood, but also the kids in the little town of Mineola came out and drove their cars through our field because they thought it must be like a playground. It just was trashed. In 2019, to his credit, I did call Mr. Kennedy. I've talked to him twice. My husband died in 2018. I called and let them know he died. I wanted to understand more about what the unitization would involve. And again, in 2019, it just had come to a point that we had to do something to improve our farming. What was left there was in the field. There was no identification of even where the water well was. It was left uncapped. The farmer would try to plow the fields. The tires were blown out. So I could go on, but it was a dangerous situation.
Okay.
I don't want to put our family through that again.
Is there anything else you want to tell the commission?
As far as reliability, I want to go back to something that was mentioned earlier. He's filed for temporary abandonment numerous times. These are state commission forms where he has falsified the information. He's marked yes every time, and technical or not, he's marked yes. This is a Kansas form.
And that yes was marked. That yes was marked as to whether he had a valid oil and gas lease, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And then when he filed 3 times for a 10-year exception, he put that the lease had recently expired. Is 7 years recently? And yet he continued to get approvals. 17 more years. I hope I'm alive, but that affects the next generation as well.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
All right, we're going to go to cross-examination now. Ms. Mayhew, do you have any questions for the other protester?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you. Operator, do you have cross-examination?
Just one. I was curious if you could give a little more specifics as to what was out there that was doing this, causing the kids to go play out there and popping tires. You made general statements. If you could just be a little more specific.
I actually have pictures that we took. I sent them to Mr. Canaday. It was a broken fence, so it kind of made a little play area for them. The tanks were rusted, so part of those were gone. The bottoms of the tanks were there. The sludge was left. It was just oil. We couldn't farm that area at all. The from the oil well, it was just sticking up, but there were so many weeds. The farmer would hit those, blow out his tires. The water well was uncapped. So we were concerned the fertilizer, the dirt, the rodents were getting into the water well. I'm glad you asked. I could continue. But
Okay.
they thought it was just a junk, I guess. I don't know that they even could, in a child's mind and a teenager's mind, is this someone's home? Is this where they're farming?
Okay. When was the last time you were at the property?
Probably 6 months ago. We try to go twice a year, minimum of twice.
Okay. When was the last time you were at the property? About 6 months ago. Are you aware that Mr. Canaday, at least what I'm aware of, has cleaned up that mess?
He did clean up on that. And at my request in 2019, he cleaned up that corner. We still have the old well sticking up that it's marked, but we're still blowing out tires. He still has debris laying on the pipes, metal laying on the ground.
Okay. Are you aware that that's likely going to be used as part of the water flood project if approved?
We've been waiting for that since we got our lease in 2012. So think how many years have passed.
Yeah. So what you're saying is everything has been cleaned up other than the equipment that would be needed for the water flood project, should it get approved?
I'm not sure. I am not a geologist or an operator to know what's actually going to be used, so I can't answer that.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate
do
you
have one more thing to say about, though. In 2019, when we talked, we wanted to meet him face to face, Louise, myself, and the tenant farmer. for him to understand and respect our land and know that we actually would like to work with him. At that point, we would like to work with him. Did he call before he came on our land? No. We didn't know who was out there when someone would show up. So that was very concerning.
Okay, Sheriff French, no further questions.
All right, thank you. Staff, any questions?
A few, if I may, Chair French.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Barley.
Good morning.
So you own the surface rights as well as the mineral rights on
We do.
track 1. And what is the surface used for?
Farming.
Farming?
We farm wheat and milo. It's very important to us. That's part of our livelihood.
Okay. Do you know whether the unit operations proposed by Canaday Oil will cause any disruption to the current use of surface of your tract?
That's a concern to us. When he came out to the farm, they drove onto the farm. So it destroyed what my farmer had done. We're talking roads. I don't know how much disturbance. What concerns me, not only could he have that amount of farmland, but as much as he needs. That could be all 160 acres. It says as much as he needs and that he could inject whatever chemicals that he wants. That's quite concerning.
Gotcha. Are there any current obstructions on that piece of property?
Yes, there's 2 poles sticking up. There's metal on the ground.
But are there any roads on the property currently or any other objects or anything like that on the property?
Yes, we have turbines on the land. He knows because we talked about that. McCune's property has turbines. He knows that any agreement that's written, he must communicate with Enel Wind Power and has to have that because of all the electrical underground, as well as all the waves above. And I heard electrical today and I thought, oh my goodness, underground is above, but they have to communicate with each other, Enel and Mr. Kennedy, if he even thinks of moving forward. It has to be written in a contract that he won't disturb the property.
Gotcha. So you said there's turbines and there's roads going to those turbines?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. At this time, are there any commissioner questions for Ms. Byerly? And I'll begin again with Commissioner Keen.
Just one. Thank you, Ms. Byerly, for your appearance here before the commission this morning. Is there a shut-in well currently on this property? I was a little confused by what you said there.
I'm not sure what shut-in means, but there's remnants of a well that when may I go just a little further or shall I stop?
No, please.
When we talk, I learned a lot today. The channeling underneath, I think we talked about, or the whatever underneath that would send the water. When we had a well, the Irons had wells and we had a well. They both broke. Irons' well was repaired. Ours was not. It broke because someone wasn't watching when the oil was going this direction. It wasn't repaired. And Mr. Kennedy says our oil didn't go to the Irons land. But at that point, we pretty much stopped having oil. My concern is whatever's going to be underground as well.
Okay, so as I understand it, that there is no, and there has not been for several years, any lease on your land.
That's
oil
correct.
And gas lease, right?
That's correct.
And I think according to what I was trying to pick up from Mr. Eisenhower's direct, I think was, has there been an affidavit of non-production filed by you? Do you know?
Yes, We had to do that when the turbine company put the turbines on our land. And we haven't had a lease because we haven't been offered a lease until they wanted to unitize. And by that time, we not being a prudent operator is not a good, reliable situation.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Bradley. I appreciate your indulgence with my questions. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keither, any questions?
Not at this time, but I appreciate her taking the time to be before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Same here, no questions, but we do appreciate your time. I will turn back to Mr. Eisenhower for any redirect.
None.
All right. Given that, I don't think I'm gonna ask about any recross. So Ms. Byerly, you may virtually step down. Thank you again for your time.
Okay, do I just press stop video? Is that?
You can do that if you want to go off a video. Make sure you mute yourself as well.
Karen, you can stay on. It's whatever.
Okay, I will.
Yes,
Okay.
you're welcome to stay on. Just make sure you're on. Oh, you are on mute. So thank you very much. And you're welcome to turn your video off if you want to, and if you want to go off video. All right. So that concludes Mr. Eisenhower's witness. With that, we are going to go ahead and keep plowing ahead. Ms. Mayhew, if you would please call your witness.
Yes, thank you. I call John Bear. John, can you hear me?
Sure can.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Bear. Just like with the other witnesses, I am going to swear you in. If you would please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Mayhew, you may continue.
Thank you. John, will you give your name and address for the record, please?
Okay, my name's John Bear, and it's B-A-I-R, and I live at 9651 Barclay Street in Overland Park, Kansas, 66212.
Okay, thank you. And John, are you one of the owners of an undivided interest in the minerals in and under 1830-24 in
Yes,
Clark County?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you had given some pre-filed testimony. Do you recall doing that, finding some testimony earlier?
Those are papers.
On papers.
Yeah, the papers that you signed that kind of explain question and answers.
Yes.
Yes, so would you make any changes to those questions from today's viewpoint in your answers?
I guess my question is, what do you mean by this?
So everything that you stated in that testimony, is it still accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me ask you specifically, so how long have you been familiar with the history of oil and gas on this property?
Since probably 1986.
Okay. And what is it you know about the oil and gas production from the 80s?
I don't think there was any production. There was a well drilled, but I think it was a dry hole.
So very quickly, clear that there was no production?
No production.
Okay. And in the time since 1986, are you aware whether there's ever been a valid lease?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And to your knowledge, has there been any production in that time?
No.
Do you desire to be a part of this unitization project Canaday Oil is proposing?
No.
Okay. Are you part of the Bear joint venture?
Yes, I am.
And what is the joint venture, briefly?
Well, it was made up of the children of the Ross Bear and Ellie Bear estate.
Okay. And do you speak for the Bear joint venture as the manager?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether any other members desire to be a part of this unitization?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So it's pretty much unanimous that there's no interest in being part of it.
Yes.
And why is it that you would not like to be a part of this? Why have you refused consent?
Well, I don't think it's going to be very profitable to us, is one thing. And it's, I think they want to use the water well. So that's not gonna help the farming on that quarter of land, no.
Is there anything else you would like to
Ms.
say?
Mayhew, I'm just gonna cut in real quick. Just as a reminder, a lot of this testimony has been pre-filed in the written testimony, and so I would just ask you try to not repeat anything that's in the written testimony, and try not to go too far beyond that, since we do require all direct testimony to be pre-filed. But if there's any final clarifications you need to make, go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, no, there's no further questions on my part. I would ask that the pre-filed testimony be admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No.
Hearing none, it will be admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, so we will turn to cross-examination of Mr. Bear, and we will start with Mr. Eisenhower. Do you have any questions for Mr. Bear?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Then we will turn to Mr. McFadden.
No questions here.
All right, staff, Mr. Marsh.
No questions from me either.
All right, are there any questions from the commissioners? I'll begin with Commissioner Keene again.
I have no questions for Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear, we appreciate very much your being here this morning. Thank you for that.
And Commissioner Keither? No questions, and I am the same. We do appreciate your testimony and appreciate you taking the time to attend. With that, because there was no cross, I assume there's no need for any redirect. So at this time, Mr. Bear, you may virtually step down. Again, you can stay for the entire hearing. If you wish to go on mute, if you wish to turn your video off, that is certainly fine. But we will now move. At this time, you can step down, as I said. Mr. Marsh, you may call. We're going to keep moving forward since we're down to our last witness. I'm hoping we can wrap this up. I do apologize if we're going to push through folks lunchtime, but I would like to move forward as much as we can, and hopefully you guys have a snack next to you if you absolutely need it. Mr. Marsh, why don't you go ahead and call staff's witness at this time?
Thank you, Chair French. Commission staff would call Jake Eastis. I know he's in the hearing room. He's a little bit behind, so I'm sure he's.
All right, Mr. Eastis, if you can go off of mute and get your camera on.
If I may, I may step out, make sure he's on his way.
Why don't we, oh, I see he's gone off mute.
Yeah, just a sec. I'm trying to. Yeah, the camera won't turn on. Yeah. There we go.
There we go. All right. Well, before I turn you back to Mr. Marsh, good morning, Mr. Eastis. I'm gonna swear you in, just like I have all the other witnesses. If you would please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Marsh, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair French. Can you please state your name for the record?
Jake Eastis.
And Jake, by whom and in what capacity are you employed?
KCC.
Are you the same Jake Eastis who caused to be pre-filed in this docket testimony consisting of 12 pages on February 9th, 2024?
Yes, I am.
Was this testimony created by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Now that you're under oath, do you have any corrections to make to your testimony?
No, I do not.
Okay. At this time, staff moves for the admission of Mr. Jake Eastis's pre-file testimony into the formal record.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, The reference testimony will be admitted.
Thank you. At this time, staff tenders the witness for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. We will begin with Mr. Eisenhower. Do you have any questions for Mr. Eastus?
My only question would be is, did he grow up in Pratt, Kansas?
Yes, I did, Rob.
Okay, I thought that was you, Jake. Well, I'm glad to talk to you, and I have no questions.
All right. Ms. Mayhew, do you have any questions for Mr. Eastus?
No, I do not. Thank you.
All right. Operator, Mr. McFadden, do you have any questions for Mr. Eastus?
Just about 3. Mr. Eastus, in your pre-filed testimony, you had various questions or needs for more information before you make a recommendation on the application. Did Mr. Canaday's rebuttal testimony address all those concerns or answer all your questions?
Yeah, not necessarily in his rebuttal testimony, but I believe he cleared some up with his testimony here today.
Okay. So based on all of that, do you have a recommendation as to approval or of the application?
I believe I would like to discuss with KCC counsel before I answered that question.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right. Are there any questions from the commissioners? And I will begin with Commissioner Keen.
Good morning, Jake.
Good morning.
Still morning, barely.
Yep.
Well, as fate would have it, Mr. McFadden asked you every question I would have asked you. Exactly. But I'm not sure I'm going to let you off the hook quite that easily here. When I look at your pre-filed direct testimony, and I'm on page 11, we need not bring it up. As Mr. McFadden indicated, there were a whole series of questions about this application, some fairly nuanced, to which you provided a direct answer. However, with respect to the recommendation question you were asked, which appears on page 11, line 13 is the question, your answer carries on down through line 22 on that page and over to page 12, line 2 on that page. You, I took it that you were waiting for more information so that you could determine whether or not to make an ultimate recommendation. And so I was thinking that that recommendation would largely come in the form of the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Canaday, in part, pre-filed. And as you indicated, in part, the testimony that he's provided today. Am I recanting that pretty accurately?
Yes.
Well, I certainly want to be respectful of your ability to confer with counsel. I certainly do want to do that. But
Commissioner Keen, if I don't want to cut you off, I will just tell you procedurally, I was planning, because staff hadn't made a recommendation, I was planning to give the parties a few minutes before closing statements, if they wanted to talk about whether they'd come to any recommendations that they could then include in their closing statements. I don't know that changes your questioning, and I'm not going to tell you that you don't need to ask any questions. I just wanted you to know that the procedure that I was planning to employ, because I was also curious whether we would get a final recommendation from staff at the end of today's hearing.
I appreciate very much your sharing that, Chair French. I have no problem with that approach. Let me ask if we could just maybe amend that approach a little bit. Could we take a recess now? Allow that to happen so that I can maybe resume my cross-examination of Mr. Eastus, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, whatever time frame they're looking at here.
That sounds great.
Because I would really like to have some degree of finality here, depending upon what the staff ultimately comes up with. I may or may not have follow-on questions. Thank you.
Very good. Well, what I will propose then is to give 15 minutes, maybe a bit extra, maybe we recess until 12:15. That would give everybody time for a bathroom break and to talk amongst themselves. It, Mr. Marsh, is that adequate for staff to be able to confer?
I hope so.
Okay, let's plan to recess and go off the record until 12:15. And if we need to give the parties any more time to confer, we can take it up at that time. But at this time, we are at recess and we are off the record. We will reconvene at 12:15. Okay, folks, it's 12:15. Do we have everyone back? All right. At this time, Mr. Eastus, if you are still with us, we are back on the record, and I'm going to turn back to Commissioner Keen if he wants to resume his examination.
Thank you, Chair French. Yes, Jake. Let's go back to the ultimate question for the staff. What is your recommendation?
Staff recommends that the commission approve this subject application.
Okay. My first question is why?
It is very similar. The unitization itself and the reservoir is very similar, and it is consistent with other water floods and utilizations that have shown to, that the commission has approved in the past and have shown to be, effective in producing, secondary quantities of oil and gas.
A couple of follow-on questions. When I look at this application, this unitization plan is filed under KSA 55-1304A2. Is that correct? You can check that if you wish to take a minute to do so.
I'd have to, check. I don't have it pulled up. I don't have any of those pulled up, but we were in the other room.
Does council know?
It is, and I can pull up the application if you'd like me to, Commissioner.
No, you don't need to, Kelsey. I just wanted to confirm that it was filed under 55-1304A2.
I believe so. I believe it's in paragraph 5 of the application.
Okay. Thank you for that. So here are my follow-on questions for you, Jake. Is it the opinion of the staff that this plan is economically feasible? While you're thinking about that a little bit, I'll add the reason I'm asking that is that that's one of the conditions of the statute.
With what was presented, it appears so.
Is it the opinion of the staff that the plan is reasonably necessary?
Yes.
And why is that?
Significant quantities of oil will be left in the ground if it is not.
If what is not?
The unitization granted approval.
Okay. And that would it not, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, that would assume, would it not, that there's economic feasibility demonstrated?
Yes.
Okay. My last question is, in the opinion of the staff, is the proposed unitization plan fair and equitable to tracks 1 and 5?
Yes.
How and why?
There's a reservoir present underneath their tracts of ground. They sorry, can you repeat that? How is it fair and equitable to tracks 1 and
I'll
5?
repeat the question for
Yeah.
as you wish.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. I'm not trying to mousetrap anybody. These are elements
Mhm.
required by the statute. And there are serious questions of fact, I think, presented in this record. Serious question. My question is the opinion of the staff that the proposed plan is fair and equitable to tracks 1 and 5 of the proposed plan?
Yes, due to the weighting factors that were given weight to, and the percentages that were used to determine their participation in the unitization.
Okay. With respect to, again, KSA 55-1304A2, is there anything further that you would care to add to your testimony?
No, no.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Chair French.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Keither, any questions? I'm seeing none. I do not have any questions at this time. But before we turn to redirect, let me ask Mr. McFadden, we did elicit an opportunity for staff to clarify their position, and I think you had asked some questions about that, and the answer was that staff wanted some time to clarify their position. Do you need to ask any additional cross-examination based on that time they were given, and the fact that they have now made some clarifications to Commissioner Keen?
I do not at this time, but I may have additional questions after Mr. Eisenhower, Mr. Mayhew go.
All right, sounds good. Well, then at this time, I think we are just ready for redirect from Mr. Marsh, if you want to continue.
Yes, thank you, Chair French. Jake, have you reviewed unitization applications like this one in the past?
Yes.
And did the commission issue an order granting those applications?
Yes, the one's similar.
Are the terms in Canaday Oil's application similar to those that the commission has previously found to be fair and equitable?
Yes.
Okay. And in your opinion, will granting this application prevent waste?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Do any of the parties wish to ask any additional cross-examination based on the commissioner examination or that redirect? Okay, Ms. Mayhew, I see you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Mr. Eastis, just one question. When you were asked why you thought it was fair to tracks 1 and 5, I believe your explanation was due to weighting factors. Do you mean the fact that there was some kind of the weighing? Are you referring to the weighing of the 3 factors of prior production, and I guess there were 2 more? Is that what you're referring to as the weighting?
Yes, those 3 factors in their application.
Did you factor anything other than those weighting factors?
The presence of an reservoir in place beneath all those tracts of land.
And did you weigh the testimony of Ms. Byerly in that as well?
Yes, I reviewed all testimony.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Eisenhower, go ahead.
You're on mute.
You're muted, Mr. Eisenhower. Mr. Eisen, oh, there you go.
Okay, fine. Okay, Jake, you indicated in your testimony that you've reviewed applications like this before, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever reviewed an application for a water flood where the total production from the entire unit was less than a half barrel a day?
Not that specifically, but I reviewed applications where the total production of a water flood was in significant decline.
Well, the production between 0 and a half barrel a day is more than insignificant decline. It's basically zero. Have you ever looked at one like that and approved it?
I do not recall off the top of my head, but there's been ones that are, they've been producing a barrel to 5 barrels a day. I don't recall a specific one off the top of my head.
That'd be 10 times what this is producing. Have you ever looked at a unit where 2 of the tracks aren't leased, the other 2 aren't economical? So you have 4 tracks out of the 5 that do not have valid leases. And would you agree that under Kansas law, we don't have forced pooling in Kansas?
What?
I would probably object to the last question since it kind of has to draw a legal conclusion, but
Yeah, what there was almost 2 questions there.
Well, let's start with the first one.
Yeah.
Have you ever dealt with a application for a unit where 4 of the tracks do not have valid oil and gas leases covering it?
Was it 4? Sorry, was it 4 of the tracks or 2 of the tracks?
4.
4. No.
Okay. Do you believe, do you know whether Kansas has forced pooling?
I will sustain that objection by Mr. Marsh. That's a pretty complicated legal issue, the pooling versus unitization issue. And it's not to say we can't. It's not to say we.
In Kansas,
Mr. Eisenhower, it's not to say we can't take briefing on that. But I don't think Mr. Eastis is probably the person to be pontificating on the legal issue of what's allowed.
Jake, tell me what factors you used to determine that this unit plan was fair and equitable to the owners of track 1 and 5, and not the weighting. Tell me the facts that you had.
I mean, what's presently there is a confined reservoir in the Morrow Sand that is present beneath their tracts of land.
Okay, how do you know that? Based on maps submitted with this application?
Maps submitted in my review of the well logs myself from the Kansas Geological Survey and the Geological Society.
And what well logs are those?
All of the wells that had available electric logs within the proposed unit.
Which would be 4. Or apparently there was 2 plugged. Did you examine those 2?
If they had available electric well logs, I do not exactly recall off the top of my head.
When you received this application and review, did you think the Barley well was producing?
No. It was I believe that it showed that on the Kansas Geological Survey website.
And it showed it hadn't produced for 23 years, didn't it?
Correct.
Tell me what facts you used to show that this was an economical, feasible unit.
The production overall, the primary production had completely, decreased, and without this introduction of an artificial energy through the water flood, I mean, it the plugging will be imminent of all of the producing, at least active producers or wells listed as active producers within the field.
And that happens sometimes, doesn't it? People have to plug wells when they're done. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, tell me, did you accept the graphs of this cash flow that was submitted with this application to use that to come to your conclusion that this was economically viable?
The graphs, you're asking specifically the cash flow.
Sure.
Okay. Yes, because it showed production of oil consistent with other unitizations that were similar to this one.
You've seen other unitizations, because I'd like to have you tell me about those, that showed a jump of almost 24,000 barrels in 1 day, 1 year.
It's for these confined Morrow, reservoirs. That's not out of the question.
So tell me what units you've seen that has that sort of jump in production.
A lot of these Morrow ones, I can't name a specific one off my head. I mean, some of these Morrow units, probably half of, maybe not half, but I'm just speculating that half of the unitization applications that we receive are for these Morrow units.
Okay. Well, I don't need speculation, because you've got to have facts to submit to base your opinion on under 55-1304 2B that says this is an economic water flood.
I was just speculating on the number of.
So your testimony, you base this, your facts are the cash flow charts submitted with this application.
What? Sorry, state that again.
Is it your testimony that your decision and conclusion that this water flood unit is economically feasible is based upon the cash flow exhibit submitted with this application?
With the cash, if it's economically
Exhibit
feasible.
7.
Yes, because it was, like I had stated earlier, it is consistent with other ones that we have recommended approval for.
And that doesn't bother you as a geologist, that in 1 year you go from this baseline and you go straight up 24,000 barrels?
No, I'm based on. No.
Have you reviewed these documents, and would you make that same call?
Which,
as a geologist, you told me you looked at the electric logs of these wells.
Yes.
Would you come to the same conclusion as the graph that showed this jump from 762 to 24,523 after you looked at these documents?
I looked at the logs, and yes, I looked at the production and decline curve and the cash flow projection.
And you would make the same sort of projection?
Yes.
Okay. You don't, okay, that's all I have.
All right. This time we're still in recross. Looks like we had some from Ms. Mayhew, Mr. Eisenhower, Mr. McFadden. Did you have anything further?
Yeah, I just have one question for Jake. Jake, you said you looked at several of these types of units in the Morrow Foundation formation. 24,000 barrels a day is roughly 24,000 barrels a year is roughly 65 barrels a day. Is it really that uncommon to expect a jump to 65 barrels a day from multiple producing wells in a water flood? For total 65 across the unit.
No, no, that's not uncommon. Sorry.
Is it? Go ahead. Sorry.
You asked if it was uncommon to see 64
Is
barrels.
is it out of what you typically see in these units? Is that just I mean, Mr. Eisenhower was making it seem like this unfathomable jump, but is it really that for 65 barrels a day out of multiple producing wells? Is that
That's very,
uncommon?
yes, that's very common to see. I mean, we've seen, much greater increases in some of these Morrow units than that. I mean, they have more wells, they have more producers. I mean, the one I'm thinking of is a Morrow unit, and it produced a unitized Morrow unit in Kansas is the best producing one, and it produced, like 70,000 barrels a month for almost a year.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any additional commissioner questions to follow up on all of that cross? Commissioner Keen, go ahead. I see you're thinking about whether you want to ask a question.
You read my mind, Chair French. Let's go back to Exhibit 7 again, Jake. I'm concerned about it. It contains. We've really focused on. You've been present throughout the day for all the these proceedings and all the cross-examination.
Yes.
In my cross-examination, as it pertained to Exhibit 7, I just focused on the gross production. We didn't even talk about well count, oil prices, operating expenses, any of these other variables which really lead to the ultimate conclusion that the operator is advancing. But if we go back again to I'm troubled with the analogy. You're drawing an analogy from. I'm not troubled that you would use that method. I think that's a valid method, is to use analogies from other applications to this application. But I'm troubled with how accurate that analogy would be in a case where you're going to have, basically, we got a one well count. We got this huge jump in a 24,000% increase in production from a baseline that's very close to zero over a period that runs basically from 2026 through 2031, 6-7 years there. And I don't know, do you have any concern about how really analogous these circumstances are to the other circumstances that you're trying to draw the analogies to?
You're referring to the large jump that, since this is producing, a half a barrel to less than that a day, to, possibly that jump to, what do we say, 24,000 in year 2?
Yes, my math came out to 68 barrels a day, average, 365 a year. Yeah, I'm concerned about that. I think it's, and that's just based upon, it's a guesstimate, it's a projection, it's a guesstimate, or is it?
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, I mixed questions there. I don't mean to do that to you. Is this cash flow sheet not based upon projections or guesstimates?
It is, yes, it is. It's based off of, projections of what they have, seen in some of the primary production.
But in your experience, how analogous is there a consistency between some relationship between primary production and the results of secondary recovery that's almost a mathematical certainty? Is that your experience?
It showed under primary production that it was able to produce at those levels, and they're trying to, almost get that reservoir back to how it was under primary production conditions. And it's not out of the question to believe that if this water flood is implemented, that they could, in a sense, create that primary production level again.
And why do you say that?
Because the reservoir has already proven that under these specific conditions, it was able to produce that much oil.
But there's been no production for over 2 decades.
Because the primary production and the reservoir pressure has been depleted.
Okay. I think I'm done. I'll end it. Thank you, Jake.
All right. Maybe one final opportunity if staff feels the need for any redirect. We may even be on redirect at this point.
No, thank you, Chair French.
All right. At this point, I think we will call it then. We want to wrap this up and get everybody a chance to go to lunch. So we are still going to take closing statements, though. And I will begin with staff if you are prepared to make a closing statement.
Yes, thank you, Chair French.
Let me, Kelsey, if I can, I don't think that I formally released Mr. Estes. So Mr. Estes, if you would like to virtually step down, we do thank you for your testimony. Now you may go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you, Chair. KSA 55-1304 provides that the Commission may issue a unitization order if 3 conditions exist. Here, Canaday Oil has included all 3 of the requisite conditions in its application. It appears that the main contested issue here is condition 3, which is whether the proposed application or operation is fair and equitable to all interest owners. Today, you've heard testimony that will hopefully help provide an answer to that issue. It also appears that the terms in Canaday's unit application are similar to the terms in other unit applications that have been approved by the Commission. The main difference here is that we are dealing with unleased tracts that Canaday proposes to include in the agreement. If I understood Mr. Canaday's testimony today correctly, none of the non-consenting interest owners would be on the hook for out-of-pocket expenses or for any remaining balance that is part of the unit. It also, if I remember correctly, he estimated the payout to be within 5 or 6 years regarding the costs that they owed, and that this application will prevent waste of natural resources of Kansas. KSA 55-1305, moving on a little bit, provides that the order providing for unitization shall be based upon terms and conditions that are just and reasonable, and shall prescribe a plan for unit operations that shall include a variety of elements. As staff has previously mentioned and the operators previously mentioned, one of those elements is currently missing, specifically KSA 55-1305 subsection G1. Since the unit operating agreement currently allows an excess percentage to be charged regarding surface equipment, this issue would need to be corrected before an order was issued by the Commission. This issue has been brought to the operator's attention, and it sounds like it is currently being addressed, or they're just waiting on the best signature if they haven't got it correct. Once that issue has been addressed, the application will meet all statutory requirements. The testimony provided by Canaday Oil also makes reference to KSA 55-1308, which contemplates the rights extended to unleased land, and that the owner of oil and gas rights in and under an unleased tract of land shall be regarded as a working interest owner to the extent of a 7/8 interest, and a royalty owner to the extent of the remaining 1/8 interest therein. There is an exception there that if the Commission finds that under the prevailing industry practice in the area where the unit is located, oil and gas leases contain a higher amount of royalty than the 1/8 royalty interest, then the owners shall be regarded the way I had it written out, it doesn't make sense to me anymore. But if there's a higher royalty interest in the prevailing industry area, then the commission can allow an increase of that royalty to make the amount similar. Here, there's evidence that there are other tracts receiving a 3/16 royalty interest, and that there is still an open offer for a 3/16 mineral interest. If the commission determines that the unit application should be approved, then there is a possibility of making the unit application more fair and equitable to the unleased tracts by giving that increased royalty interest. With that, I think that concludes everything I got to say. So thank you very much for your time today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Ms. Mayhew, do you have a closing statement?
Just a few brief remarks. I do not believe that 1304A2 is met as to fair and equitable, and it definitely is the charge of the commission to look out for the correlative rights of all the parties here. Clearly, as to Tract 5, there are only 19 acre feet involved in this enterprise. The only reason Tract 5 is in there is for that well. The water issue can be addressed and mitigated in other ways besides using that well. And the risk that Mr. Canaday noted of other drilling superseding his pressure can be addressed in other ways and mitigated so that Tract 5 does not have to be part of this unitization. And I would ask the commissioners to please consider those mitigation options in light of the fact that the owners on this tract, on and under this tract, do not wish to be a part of this unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Mr. Eisenhower, do you wish to make a closing statement?
Yes. Oh, well, in my opinion, under KSA 55-1304A2, two items haven't been met. Obviously, it's not fair and equitable. It's also, I don't think the facts have shown that this is economic. I've represented lots of oil clients that have done water floods. I've represented lots of royalty owners that have been subject to water floods. I've never started with one that has unleashed tracts and production between 0.5 barrel a day. If this application is admitted, I'd ask staff, have they ever denied a water flood application? Because I don't think this complies with virtually any part of the statute. We're to accept the guesstimates and speculations of two geologists that have never managed or set out a water flood in the state of Kansas. But we're going to take their testimony, their graphs, which anybody can make, and which another geologist at the next level will say, that's ridiculous. Again, we talked about, Mr. Canaday talked numerous times about the Lexington unit, how successful that was. But Dave Murphy, his unit wasn't any good. I'll take Dave Murphy's experience and expertise in this over someone who has 20 wells that produce 25 barrels a day. Mr. Canaday appears to have expertise in operating wells that make less than 2 barrels a day. That's his expertise in Kansas is nothing. 25 barrels a day in 20 wells. So in my opinion, it's not economical and it's certainly not fair to our clients.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eisenhower. Mr. McFadden, you get the final closing statement.
Okay, I'll try to be brief so we can get out of here. I just simply restate my remarks from my opening statement. We've Canaday Oil has met the statutory requirements of granting the application of the Irons Morrow Sand Unit. It's economically feasible. It's necessary to prevent physical and economical waste of Kansas resources. It will increase the ultimate recovery of Kansas oil by about 200,000 barrels. All the concerns illustrated are disagreed with by the geologists that are in the room, both staff and my client's geologist. This unit will put significant amount of money in the pockets of the owners, including the protesters. And the protesters out of the gate as royalty interest owners. It generate jobs, produce tax income for local and state governments. I mean, it has significant benefits as compared to just leaving the oil in the ground. And then as a final point, I just want to reiterate once again that Tract 5 is more than just a source of water. It is a protection of the operations on the property, on the unit as a whole, and it Tracts 1 and 5 are needed as part of this unit. So based on all of this, we just respectfully request that the commission grant the application for creating the unit. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McFadden. So we have had our or our closing statements. Let me just ask before we conclude if there are any other post-hearing issues, including whether the parties wish to file any post-hearing briefs. I understand they were not inclined to request briefing at the pre-hearing conference, but didn't know if that had changed given today's hearing. So we'll just open the floor if anybody has a post-hearing issue or if anybody wants to request briefing. All right, I'm not hearing anything. So I think we can probably move forward without the briefing. The commission's represented by counsel. We've gathered the evidence. We can make a decision. If there are no other final issues, I think we will conclude the hearing in the docket today. This time we will close the record and we are adjourned. Thank you all for your participation in this hearing. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.